Dang. Dang. The sound you hearing coming through my screen can only be one sound. It's POE2 day! Right in, dude! It's time. It's you. Today's the day that we get to learn shit. Look at that shit. Right. GGG chat is up. Stream is up. God damn, the music direction is so good. Slide on this side. It's like this every single time for every update, Bolster. For POE1 and 2. Now, for the image. There you go. Fortunately, have to have that on screen. Or for that to capture, otherwise it's just a black screen. Alright, let's try it again. It's okay, Bolster. Can't open it as picture-in-picture. That's bullshit. I have it open as a normal window. Oh, they're resizing the screen! I have to open it as a normal window so that the normal window stays up even when I have to tab out. Ooh. Welcome, Sagi. I do not check my Instagram while live. But welcome anyways, Usagi. Oh yeah, so it was like this for D2 as well. It was a lot more pure back then. A lot more pure. Yes, I saw your kick chat. And now copy paste this. Well, they improved this screen. Now, can I open this as a thumbnail, please? There we go. Alright, boys. No distractions. 30 minutes till I shit myself! And I am live also inside of CGG chat. So that we can get them reactions live. Now it's black screening again. I don't think that's on my end though. I think that's something they're doing inside their studio. God damn it. Fuck. This challenge is too goddamn hard. It's like I'm forced into getting splashed to make this shit work. Not that one. Not that one. This one. Keeps blacking out. Weird. Hello, Column. I'm getting Swashbuckler back. Five for every ace. Tricked by King. Itchy. Maybe watch some kind of videos while I wait. I suppose I'm normally content with it, but I suppose you're trying to tell me you're bored. Let's see. What have you brought me? I've already seen this wonderful video on the side. The fuck is this? WWE star Logan Paul sent a lookalike to his interview with BBC to answer questions about crypto accusations. He has been accused of promoting cryptocurrency projects without revealing he had a financial interest in them. What the fuck? This is a level of fucking scum I don't think I've ever seen before in my life. What? And Paul Levesque didn't cave his head in for this? So he's a part of a brand, and that brand is tangentially tied to this person because he's been on the platform. Okay, he hasn't been on TV in months. Has he done any kind of work and promotion for the company? Like any kind of cheap heat, any kind of work, any type of commercials like LA Knight? Like anything at all other than like Prime. Because like the second that the WWE gets involved tangentially to a star doing something like cryptocurrency scams and accusations, I'm dragging their ass into the company. Because it just makes everybody generally look bad. I can't. I do not understand. I don't understand. That's inherently fucking stupid. 19 minutes. That's just inherently fucking stupid. What possessed him to do this? And also, because I looked at this before and I tweeted on it, but I'll put this on screen for everybody to look at. Alyssa McConaughey is on Blue Sky Social. Do I have to have an account to look at people on Blue Sky? Alyssa Merck. There are people who fucking secured it before her. Is she live? I will actually follow this. You know what? I will actually follow this. Of course, this video is only available to subscribers sub to watch Alyssa McConaughey. And I bet she does not have anything about scheduling in her bio for other locations. No. It's just her Hugbox Discord. She's getting she's getting lefty support. She has Twitter, which on this account I think I can see. She has Instagram. She has Patreon. This account is private. You're a public content creator. You're a public content creator. And you're hiding behind a Hugbox wall after fucking preening for social attention. Girl, you gotta be for fucking real. You have to be for fucking real. No fucking way, girl. Right, let's pop this out, because I know I will miss it if it's not in its own window. So fucking scum. It was not bad enough that you're blocking every single person out of existence. You're playing coochie. It's just pathetic. It's just inherently pathetic. Okay. Where's the other window? Should be on this one. Okay. You have a layout of your PC set up. Blah, 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 blah. Safe space. Brave enough to put your age out there. And you can give her money at Streamlabs. Kappa. Fucking Kappa. Do you have VODs? You have VODs, but they're only watchable for your subs. Alyssa, this does not help you, because what this means is the easy way to stalk you would just be to fucking screen record your streams, and then I would have infinite content from you. Anyone would. Or I'd be willing to pay the fucking dip, and I'd take a merciful fucking pain for all of us so that we can be able to watch this shit live. Ugh. Who feels like doing something really funny for content? It's money that I have to put aside. Anyways. A bunch of people that are friends of her. Anna Vollins is here. If your community can handle trans girl with a diaper kink without collapsing into pedophile witch hunting. Let's read that statement again. If your community couldn't handle a trans girl with a diaper kink without collapsing into pedophile witch hunting. Here's a question. Why the fuck do you need to inform people there's a trans girl with a diaper kink that collapses into pedophile witch hunting in a post, expecting people to even read past this fucking paragraph? But of course, all the regular ones and all the usual ones with all their fucking kinks and shit are all on this platform. This account has requested users sign in to view their profile. I have to make an account. We've got 13 minutes. So, she's hugboxing in every way possible. Bullshit. Inherently bullshit. Okay. I'll play ball. I'll play ball, Alyssa. Don't you worry. You all know how girls like you need to have attention. We will play ball, Missy. We will play ball. Click the image with the object with the image present. Help people know that you're not a bot by uploading a picture or creating an avatar. What are my interests? TV, writers, games. All right, Alyssa, let's see that profile. I spent most of my Sims stream yesterday hand-painting the outdoor ground cover. Ahead of my Rolling Stone piece on South at Midnight, I pulled some quotes that didn't make it into my draft and put them on Patreon. I have exclusive access to Compulsion Games studio heads to chat about the harassment campaign, games as art, and more. What's your Patreon look like? Buy the post for $3. Unlock with membership. Unlock this post from Melissa Mercante by signing into your Patreon account. You can join it for free. So, you want to lockbox your opinions and try to exclusify content you should be giving out for free. Literally for free, as a part of your fucking job. Here's a question. Why does Melissa Mercante have exclusive access directly to Compulsion Games? Let's start there. That's the first problem. Why do you have exclusive access to Compulsion Games? What do you provide them that they cannot get for themselves? Attention? Communication to the outside world? Why not just have a person who's head of marketing and who's head of public relations? They can do your job for you. Secondly, why would I go to you about your opinion about these things that are from a quote that you didn't just publish yourself? Also, this contradicts this. I kept up a strong, brave face since March. I ended a relationship. I left my job. This is November 20th. Today is 21. Did you get a boyfriend in the amount of time between that post and then? I believe, chat, this is the definition of what we call fast ass. I believe that is the definition of what we call fast ass. But what do I know? I'm just some chud. There's levels, there's limits to this shit, chat. I promise you there is limits to this shit. And it's free. That's the worst part. It's free. It's given away because it's free. Okay. We've got what? Another 8 minutes. Let's keep looking. Boyfriend looked over at me in the car and said, "You look like you bit people when you were a kid." Well, I was on a strike at my preschool. Is he wrong? I was just going to ask you the same thing, only for those who had it coming. Retweet of this. A game is not a car. They're doing the thing they say I do. The problem with late-stage capitalism is every consumer thinks they're entitled to get exactly what they want when they want it, or else they deem the industry they're buying from irreparably broken. Video games are art and products. Reckoning with that is too hard for these grifters. Oh, of course, she's a cat girl wearer. She's a cat girl ear wearer.
And you are not in it.
And this is what they're doing. They're fear-mongering by saying you're not involved in this. You shouldn't be involved in this. The games industry is the industry. You're not involved. You don't get in your car, drive it, and then all of a sudden you're in the car-making industry. That's not how this works. There are people whose entire jobs and life roles are to work and create or write about the things in this industry. And then there are people whose jobs it is to do something else, and then for fun, they consume the things that people's jobs are to make. Period.
In fact, did you know that the Game Awards are voted on by those
So, here's a question, Alyssa. What's the point of trying to hide the name of the channel in the video when we all know that you're watching content that's coming from side-scrollers? That's the first fucking problem, okay? Now let's go to your talking point.
And you are not in it.
And this is what they're doing. They're fear-mongering by saying you're not involved in this. You shouldn't be.
Alyssa, in your own post, you are telling other people that you should be the person they go to about the opinions of something that comes from Compulsion Games. If your job is to be a journalist, then your job is to journalize and then publicize what you journalize. Because your job is to inform me. You have information behind a Hugbox paywall because you say you're being stalked. But Carl, you're currently looking at her social feed because your head mod pushed you in the direction of making content because she was getting bored. Okay? But my job as a journalist and an entertainer. And I, while being live because I want to look at the newest thing that I'm going to be wasting several hours of my life on, is going to be telling me how I can get information about it soon. The key thing here is that that's still my job as an entertainer. Edutainment. I inform, and I educate, and I entertain at the same time. Carl, breaking news. What's the news, whore? You cannot complain that people that see you as a journalist then see you say, "Oh my lord, I can't believe that you would dare say that I'm not a person who makes the games. I make the games and I play the games." But you're not at the company making the fucking games. Breaking news! I'll read that in a second. You want people to come to you for information, but you're also scared and unwilling to actually allow your opinions to exist without the filter of you telling other people that they are somehow monsters, and you not being able to contend with the arguments of those fucking monsters that you say are a problem. You say they're grifters, right? But I have to give you money in order for you to do your fucking job. Instead of you just doing your fucking job and winning me over by having better reporting than me. In a serious marketplace where you do not have people holding you up and hiding you, you do not have the ability to compare and compete to people who are just playing video games and talking about video games in their bedrooms, in their sunrooms, or in their however many dollars, I forget how exactly what the money was, however many thousands of dollars that Smash JD put into his streamer shed so that he can have a broadcast room. You are getting mobbed, not by industry grifters, but by fucking consumers. A consumer can do your job better than you. You should be fucking ashamed of that. But you don't take that as shame. Because you think you can do my job better than me. Yes! Frequently! Because you're trying to do my job now. You're trying to be an entertainer. But you're not entertaining. You cannot oversell your ego to do the work that you're supposed to fucking do. And so you find yourself missing out on everything. And then you say, but games are both, they're games and art. I can be able to make art and then I can enjoy playing it. I can't. Your art is shit. Go back to school. Oh, what's that? You didn't go to game design school? Alright then. So don't tell me about the game design that you clearly don't know enough about because you don't play enough games, because all the games that you play are the exact same cookie cutter nonsense that we all keep telling you we don't want. 2 minutes! That will produce endless fun for us. However, to show you what horror just showed me, Illinois High Court overturns Jussie Smollett's convictions and allegedly staged hate crime. I'm DMing this to Jay. Alright, dudes. It's time, dudes! It's soon! It's soon, dudes. It's soon. I'm not exactly going to be interested. Like, on the back end of these, there's always a live chat with Ziggy D over certain things in the gameplay. If it ends up not being interesting, we will just go back to looking at the fucking updates from Melissa Mercanti's Blue Social and just laughing and also making fun of it. $94K viewers logged in for fucking Path of Exiles 2 stream. Yep. Hard 97 now. Let's go, dude. Let's go, dude. Let's go, dude. I have no chips. Can I get some chips? I can't get no chips. We are now a hard 100K watchers. 35, 34, 33, 32, 31. Juicy smoothie. Kappa. Kappa Pride. I need to change the screen.
Sir, just what are we facing here?
A relic of the old world. Ready your men, Captain. We will only get one chance. And remember, when you hear the whispers, call for help. Do not attack.
When you hear the whispers, what do you think he was on about?
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah.
Then Dorman, shut your damn mouth. Ugh, why do I always get stuck with these rookies?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
Up, we got a best delay.
Sullen!
Okay. Flame swipe. Do I get a pimp cane as a weapon? I'd love a pimp cane.
A mean cleave, eh, Captain? Rookie can't even lift his own sword. Captain Oren? Captain? It's here. Rain! Send the signal!
What the fuck?
Rain! On my back, Rookie. Blade up!
Come on, come on! I'm ready. I'm ready. It's a man.
No, it's not. Run.
See, you talking all that shit and now you're dead. Is that the King of the Mists?
Captain! Captain!
Okay. Calgurn runes.
On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
Motherfucker, did you just take something from somebody that just gave you an object? Like an idiot?
What is this?
Get the body.
Stop. Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what you have unleashed.
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built. Bind him! Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
Okay. We clearly got something Volish in nature. Ah! And it's a fucking hive mind. Well, that makes sense why there's the Desecree.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers.
Hi, John!
Path of Exile 2. Now, Path of Exile 2 is going into early access in around 2 weeks on December the 6th. But even though it's early access, this isn't just some small taste. The game is huge. In this livestream, we're going to be introducing everything you can expect. So without further ado, let's roll the gameplay trailer.
Existence is a thing of beauty. Precious, but impermanent. Life and death are mortal enemies, and yet bound to one another. The continuation of life must be protected at all costs. Some have said...
That's a lot of bodies.
My methods are brutal.
Are we actually inside of the Vol Empire?
I say, there can be no salvation without sacrifice.
Okay, we got Living Vol. First Ranger. Then I think this is the Monk. The new Sorceress. A new Warrior. Okay, Slam Still's looking good. No, not my pure baby boys! I'm not seeing any life from that wheel. It's all damage. Oh shit. We can go Demon. We've got explosions, we've got fire, we've got chain lightning, we've got lightning blades, we've got sweeps and slams. We can stop time.
We are faced with the end.
Is that our...
I will do what I must.
That didn't look like a hideout. And is that the map? Hey, yo! Is that the map? Okay. Breach is looking good. Got some interesting bosses.
obsess with death. Let them soon be acquainted with it.
He's got hands for wings.
Now, as you just saw, even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game. It's actually been 5 years since we announced POE2, and over that time we've revealed a lot, but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access. Classes, character progression systems, and for the first time, a full overview of the end game. This is going to be a big one, so get comfortable.
Look at
For
it!
years, Rayclast has been free from any sources of corruption, but the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more. The dead are rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading. Under the dark influence of corruption, the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him.
So everybody except one dies at character creation, so it's just you. Assuming that that's not just random exiles of different types.
And this is where you find yourself at the start of POE2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham.
It's not just you if you're playing multiplayer.
So you can be able to have the person get off at the same time? Oh no, here starts the lag.
And delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Vaal city. There are
Also, Utsal's inside the coast. New area spawned!
challenging monsters,
Fix the streams!
lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same.
John! Fix the stream!
Seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in POE2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos.
I'm gonna try and change it to 720 without the 720-60. John, fix the stream, damn you!
You'll first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in POE2. You can choose an existing
what Malachi was researching. Well, I mean, Malachi was fucking around with corruption, which is inherently Vaalish in nature. That's the problem with corruption. They're one and the same thing. Because corruption comes from the Scourge. So I understand. Now, what were you saying when you were saying that you can see them? You can see 2 people drop down when you're playing couch co-op?
Yeah, that was in a video. Maybe I should send it to you when there's some Japanese game dev in one of the...
Oh no, I saw that. No, I saw that.
Yeah, if you're playing with somebody else, 2 people survive the hanging instead of just...
You don't know anything about this game, so I'm hyped for you. Hey, I don't know anything about Path of Exile 2 either. I do know about it. We've been shown through the company showing shit. And now the stream's got technical difficulties because somebody shit in the fucking streaming room. They shit in the streaming room and it is breaking. It is breaking like fuck. My phone's dead.
Just what are we facing here?
Precious. Those who
Power and tends to harness.
They're going through all the back stuff and trying to get back to where it started going bad.
For quarter staves.
Okay.
So this just scratches the surface of the options that
Alright,
you
we're back!
have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing where you find yourself.
Yes, there you go. There you go. There you go.
Explore the dark
Thanks, John! Everybody say thanks, John.
Plains of the Vesteri Desert.
Ooh, we're back in Vesteri.
Delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an
And we're in
ancient Val
Utsal
city.
too.
There are challenging monsters.
So what unflooded Utsal?
Ruins, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, Early Access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them.
Okay.
The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter.
The Monk has finally made his way in.
And his mechanics involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in POE2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos. To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems.
Uncut skill gems?
Open the gem
I can choose my gem level!
Of skills available in POE2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7.
Poggers.
There's no harm in trying out something new. The Monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 schools of martial arts: lightning, ice, and wind. But
Okay.
don't think you have to stick to just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try Killing Palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use Killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly.
Okay.
This will provide
Cold
a power
skill.
charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack.
Okay.
The Monk also has powerful combo
So we got
skills.
charge generation
Tempest
changing.
Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell, which will add elemental damage to the strikes.
Based. Okay. Confirmed elemental.
Monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff.
Ah, I saw Rage
If
Bar.
an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles.
So you can hide behind that to avoid.
There are 21 active
That's not
skills
gonna matter
for
inside of
staffs,
maps.
so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo attacks.
Nice. Instant
Now, if you
4-man
like a
charge.
style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the Warrior is for you. He pounds
Okay,
the
sword and
ground
board.
with big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time.
Okay.
Among the skill option for maces, you will find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries,
Okay, we got
shield
Leap
skills.
Slam, Earthquake, Bone Shatter,
Here,
Rolling
I'm gonna
Slam,
slam
Shield
the ground,
Charge.
rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage.
Nice.
The Warrior can also use war cries, which can empower your next skill. Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness. If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield. In POE2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front, even spells.
Okay.
While holding up your shield, your stun meter will build as you take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable.
Okay.
Some enemies also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash. If
Okay.
you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way.
Fair, fair, fair.
Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills, like Shield Charge, which allows you to charge towards enemies and
A flanks wall that I can smash!
blocking the whole time, so you have full damage immunity from the front. The Warrior also has access to totems. Some totems have built-in abilities
Welcome
like
back,
Shockwave
totems.
Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies and trigger aftershocks like those from the earthquake. But you can also get Ancestral Warrior totems, which allow you to use any slam skill in your repertoire.
Welcome back, melee
Meta
totems!
skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into. I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my Ancestral Warrior totem. Now when I summon him, he'll sit there and slam the monsters from a distance.
Now we're all Karui!
There are 20 active skills for maces, so there's a lot more to try out. But by endgame, you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and separating the very earth you stand on.
Man made a meteor.
Ranged attacks. The Ranger is primarily about the bow.
Okay.
We wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In POE2, you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the Ranger has that allow you to jump around, you'll have a lot of mobility in combat.
But will I get to feel like an Elder Guardian? That's the question.
Skills have a variety of lightning, poison, ice, and physical attacks. Lightning attacks bounce around between targets. You can also stick lightning arrows in the ground which explode when hit by the bouncers.
Okay, natural lightning arrow.
To take them out of combat. Ice attacks allow you to slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants.
Yes, it was the first thing that we got seen.
21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the Ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation. By endgame, you'll be creating hundreds of arrows, be they falling from the sky, bouncing around between enemies, or spreading out of tornadoes.
Yep, lightning arrow. One lightning arrow, 100%.
You might have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different. In POE2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot. Flasks gain charges as you kill enemies. And
no longer piano key gameplay.
7 times if they're full. But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types.
Basically a replacement for the other shit.
Equip a Thawing Charm.
Hi, Kindling Charm. Hi,
an
Earthing Charm.
Recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can gain more slots for charms by upgrading your belt.
Okay.
The Mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility.
The Sniper.
All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter. For the crossbow, you will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade launchers. But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to switch between ammo types, so long as you already have them loaded, which makes the Mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect.
But that means I also have to set them up beforehand, and that means time.
Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to Fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive AoE damage. If I come across an armored enemy, I could use armor-piercing rounds to break their armor, and then high-velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating the cloud with an explosive shot for massive damage.
Kappa?
If you want to call in some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery ballistas. These have a minimum range, so
the mortar base.
Position carefully before moving in.
And they have a health pool, and they can be targeted.
There are 22 active skills for crossbows. By endgame, you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic shotgun. If you're looking to take a backseat and let your minions do the work, then the Witch should be your choice.
Okay,
she
which
can
natural
call forth
necromancy.
hordes of undead monsters to fight for her, while casting powerful chaos spells that debilitate her enemies. Occult skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a Spirit Gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell.
Kappa.
For the Witch, though, we'll want to be using our Spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time.
Thanks, John!
Here, I'm using the skill screen to allocate which minions
It even tells you
my
DPS,
horde.
crazy.
You can see the spirit cost of each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap, but weak, useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal arsonists. Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. But what can a witch do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your
Okay.
enemies, or
So
bonus
minions,
skills to
chaos.
impale them. Or, you know, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you'll be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path.
But is that her only playstyle?
The sorceress bends the elements to her will, using
I
them
guess.
to unleash devastation on her foes.
Hi, new witch.
This classic spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar. The elemental skills have everything you might expect and more. Fireballs, icy explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways to build and combo with others. even
But
within
does she
different
have
elements.
charges?
For example, Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also
Ooh,
empowers
flame
all
walls back with
projectiles.
projectile damage.
If you place a wall and fire lightning sparks through it, they'll gain extra fire damage. It's a good idea to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this.
Does it do it
The
automatically, or
sorceress
do I
can
need to
also
trigger
take
it?
advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm. As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a Firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited. There are 25
Nice.
active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes.
Moving lightning orb.
Those are the characters that will be available at the start of early access, but we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options as these. There's a lot more to come. There's one more important thing to mention about skills. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes.
Okay.
For example, a Poison Ranger might want to try out using Occult Curses to increase her poison damage.
Obviously.
Or a Monk might want to trigger Elemental Ice Walls to use with his Glacial Cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited. We're looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization.
Nice!
We haven't even scratched the surface of what is possible yet. So let's talk about support gems. Path of Exile 2 has a system of support gems that can be combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between.
But can I just pick
For
my
example,
own?
this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally, when you fire a grenade, it'll look like this. But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them. Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills on your character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high velocity round skill.
Okay.
Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work. So it's a good idea to experiment.
But does it say that it will not work if I
You can
hover
only
it?
have one of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage.
One of
Now,
each
if you want to
only.
stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill. There are hundreds of support gems to choose from, and even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact.
Don't lie to me, yes you do!
You can have up to 5 supports socketed into it, and if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas. Now all of this is just scratching the surface. You can make frost vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies, or pin them to the ground. Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build guide. So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic parts.
New Spirit Grid!
Skill tree. Yes, it's huge. There are over 1,500 nodes on there. Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first. But try not to be scared. There are lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple. Each level you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree.
New meme!
Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in
No
knowledge
life.
that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in
And
some
I can
way.
choose the type I
If you
need.
do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold.
Of course.
Now, the tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes. In each cluster, you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real
And
power
it's also
comes from
got
notables.
tags.
Notables
Yes,
normally have more
tags!
interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt. And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time. This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely. Note that even though this is in the mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes, so there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree. In order to get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need. You can change which attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor.
Nice.
In addition to notables, you will also find
Keystones.
passives called keystones. Keystones have both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire build to design around them.
Hello, Chaos
A great
Inoculation.
example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single hand, but doubles the attribute.
No! They did it!
You can use a
They did it!
shield or even dual wield them.
Double-handed gold primacy!
Or how about Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana regen. Skills like these can be tough to build around.
Obtain
If you're up for the
attunement
challenge,
based on
they can
full
be
and low
very
life,
rewarding.
more critical damage bonus instead of making it
As
on
we
fucking
showed you earlier
spell
on the
power.
Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills. One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree.
Based.
For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization. Or you could switch between one hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace. Or perhaps you could have a full curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build for maximum damage. If you want to stick
Self-combo.
with just one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like, but creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system. You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book.
Based.
There are lots of other permanent boosts.
It
available
is the
throughout
map!
campaign
Holy
too.
shit!
On the map, you can see icons that indicate the many optional encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character boosts, and others have powerful items. If you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find.
Passive way
For
to get
example,
overleveled.
If you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses.
It's King of the
You find
Mist.
the first one here in the canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from spirit are very powerful, and every class will find a use for them, so make sure you hunt down these upgrades. There's one in each act. And we haven't even talked about the most important element of character progression, items. That's why we're all here, right? Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade.
We
the
got new
items you
orb
find,
colors.
and you can do that.
We're
with
DMC, we're DMC now,
the
bros!
Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with one mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a second mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a third mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods.
Nice
One of the
crossbow.
things we think is really important is to make these options available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1.
Exalted
so
Orbs
you
and
can
outdodge
use them
shit.
throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs. Another important area of crafting items in POE2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item.
Lovely.
If I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an artificer's orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items.
Beautiful.
Body armors and two-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and one-hand weapons can only have 1 socket.
Okay.
You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost.
Okay.
If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often.
Okay, level up.
Other vendors
Restock is still available.
Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random
welcome
item of a
Geed.
specific type. This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also used to respec your passive skills. Take advantage of the system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required. The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market.
And this is the return of the currency exchange that we got tested out this season.
All items in Path of Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character, except gold.
Based.
Now, most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't. Uniques. They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change your character's build. They're not just better rare items.
Gain movement speed at random when
stranger
hit.
Things that can fundamentally change your character. Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison.
Based.
The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing you into sand as you teleport past your foes.
Nice.
And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine.
Welcome back, Full Rain.
Which just turns your bow attacks into full auto by doubling your attack speed.
But 40 less attack damage still.
Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at endgame, even if you find them early on. And as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match. The last character progression system that you can
Uncle
do
Izaro!
Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension Trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class. We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character. Each class has access to 3 Ascendancy classes, but at the start of Early Access, only 2 per class will be available.
Okay.
Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character. As a sorceress, you could become a Storm Weaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell. With Strike Twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage.
That's less shock duration.
You can make all your damage types apply shock.
Okay.
Make a shock build from any skill. Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with Time Freeze.
Based.
Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities. Using Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location.
Okay, making Temporal Rift part of the fucking tree.
Or with Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again.
Kappa.
On the Warrior, you can choose between the Warbringer or the Titan. The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems. With Jade Heritage, you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks.
We got a clear skills.
Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpse.
And we have an 8 Warcry explosion.
With Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your Warcries. Let all that anger out. The Titan class is all about hitting big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock.
Cool.
With Crushing Impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease. With Surprising Strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage.
Beautiful.
As a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert
Welcome back, Deadeye.
Take down foes with style. With Endless Munitions, every attack...
Welcome back, Endless Munitions!
With Gathering Winds...
Welcome back, Tailwind!
Movement speed with every attack.
But she loses on hit.
She loses them when getting hit. With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop...
No accuracy penalty at distance!
Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison.
Welcome back, Pathfinder!
She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to throw
Concoctions are now a part of
that deal
Pathfinder.
various types of damage.
No way you made poison in the explosion part of it.
Will make your enemies bleed.
Bleeding concoction, my lord! Bleeding concoction, my lord!
Contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes.
Ah, that's just normal fucking poison.
Toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can do.
That's normal fucking poison.
Running Assault allows her to move much more quickly.
That's not impressive.
While Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies. The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion.
Okay, Bloodhound.
The Hellhound sets
Effect
enemies
from
on fire,
the
as well as taking a percentage of the damage of the
from the
Infernal
Guardian tree onto her.
With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells,
Gain Infernal Flame into the mana, take life and energies, fire damage when it's reaching maximum.
Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your
All damage
Infernal
from
Flame
the
is above
enemies ignite
30%,
in
all damage
magnitude.
from you and your minions will ignite enemies.
Okay.
She can also transform into a literal demon. While in demon form, she takes an increase in
Scourge form, baby!
But her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery. She can also become a Blood Mage, a master of life and energy.
An actual physical
All Blood Mages
damage
must pay
skill.
the price of making skills cost life as well as mana. But in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life.
Poggers.
With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life.
Energy shield as
Like
extra
Power
life.
Siphon, she can use her
And
spells
spell
to
damage
life
leech
back
does
as well.
life. Welcome back, Spell Leech!
Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can
And
use
critical
Claw
damage
Strike to make
bonus
your
per
critical
20
hits
life.
deal incredible amounts.
She's a crit fisher! Let's go!
With Elemental Expression, the Invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With Faith as a choice, you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield.
Based.
Choose between I Am the Blizzard or I Am the Thunder to specialize in cold or light.
10% extra damage, shocking and freezing on chill ground.
Turn into an unbound avatar.
Welcome back, Unbound Avatar on Warden! What the fuck?
You gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments. Some monks choose to reach into the darkness
So
instead.
it's not...
The Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery
Come
of
on,
spirit
man.
for darkness.
Come
a
on,
resource
man.
that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage.
Each energy shield lost to damage reserve when
Shroud of
doctor is
Darkness
possible.
protects you
Lasts for
from
10
all
seconds,
damage
plus
and
5 to darkness per
But
level.
if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you
100%
have.
damage is extra chaos for
Their
unreserved
Dark Pact
darkness.
offers greatly increased
And
resistance
welcome
to
back
chaos
to your gift.
and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly,
Instant
but
mana
apply to
leech.
their energy shield as well.
And mana leech on energy
Another
shield.
node
That's
you
a
can
new
take
way
is
to get
Waking
Spell
Dream,
Thief.
which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage.
Chayula.
The mercenary has a job to do, but which job suits you? You might choose to become a witch hunter. Obsessive rituals will give you a sorcery
I'm
wand
sorry,
to
Horror.
defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks.
Okay, sorcery
With
ward.
Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death.
Welcome back,
The
Explosions
chances
on
die against
Gladiator.
Demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky. This
Nice.
is great for hunting powerful bosses.
Poggers.
And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as
Concentration
often as they
equal
would
to
usually do.
life. Break concentration.
You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated Efficiency will give you extra
Corrupt yourself in Path of Exile 2!
Dermatological Infusion.
Break the rules of Geomancy!
As you socket more of your support gems. Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character.
That's gonna be big on supports.
So those are the Ascendancy classes for the start of Early Access. But one thing we haven't talked about yet is how you ascend in the first place. Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the Great Trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign.
Okay.
Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast.
Ooh.
Located in the Vasteri Plains are the
Okay.
Marraketh.
Okay,
a
back in
culture of
Marraketh.
rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Marraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimas, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Marraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different. Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed on the relic altar to begin the trial.
Aww, y'all motherfuckers tried to upgrade the goddamn sanctum? Come on!
In the Trial of the Sekhmers, each room has its own challenges to overcome. In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed.
Okay,
While
simple
fighting
skill trial.
monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful. Each hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The monsters are well telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks, but if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial and need to find another coin in order to try again.
Yeah, and that's the part that sucked about the fucking sanctum! And you made it a part of the game core loop.
In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor and may choose how you wish to proceed.
It's literally just Sanctum. It's literally just Sanctum.
You want to claim. Some rooms are more dangerous.
I hope you made it possible for all builds to complete this!
For example, entering this room will afflict you with spiked shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50% increased life. You will want to take care if you choose such a path. There are many different challenges and rewards as you journey through
and
the
you still
trial.
have the bullshit
Deadly
traps too.
traps, waves of monsters, and strange
The
artifacts
traps
will
could
test
make it
your
easier
honor.
for any build to complete.
As you progress, you'll be able to gain boons from the djinn.
There are some
which
that
will
are
help
more
you on your
bullshit than
journey.
others.
For example, the Sekhmer's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run. One of the rewards you may find is sacred water, an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the djinn and the Marraketh. Trading it with the djinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions. At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him.
Of course. We can actually see the damage we're doing as we're doing it.
Having defeated the boss, you've earned the right to ascend. But first, the loot. The keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor. We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. If you want to open the better ones, you'll need silver or gold keys.
And then you're gonna make
Let's
it
use
go into the
Altar of
worst fucking
Ascendancy.
grades.
Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree.
Of course.
Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Sekhmers, but we'll save that for the section on the endgame.
Okay.
For now, let's talk about the second Ascendancy trial, the Trial of Chaos. In Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend. If the Trial of the Sekhmers is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you.
Okay, so
For early
5
access,
types
we'll
of
have 2
trials.
trials as options,
Please
with
tell
a
me
third
they have
trial
different
coming later for the
loadouts.
full release. While exploring the Vaal jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Chaos. Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests. A high priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power. Entry to the
Sus
trial is a strange entity known only as the Trial Master. For those in which he sees potential,
What's up, Shell?
he shall inscribe an ultimatum. Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the odds? Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial.
Okay.
These modifiers
So
might beef
one,
up the
we have
monsters,
Sanctum.
curse
The
player,
other,
or add
we've got
environmental
Ultimatum.
presence like turrets or trap runes.
That's actually better
In this
than the
case, we'll be
fucking
picking
old
shocking
version.
turrets. As you enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets.
Does it also have honor? It's like a Metroidvania.
After each room, you need to
they
make a
are
choice.
eating D4's
The
lunch!
rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more risk. Each tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming.
And of course, the weapons are corrupted.
There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways. This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time. Another requires you to escort the stone idol through the level as elevators.
A payload mission!
Should you be able to get through the first 3 chambers, you will face your first boss. The order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never feel the same.
We'll see about that.
After defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course, there are the items, but you also gain the right to ascend. If you already did the Trial of the Sekimas, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your Ascendancy class. Now, it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take, but we'll talk more about that when we get to endgame.
You literally look
so
like you get progressed.
how about we talk about that now?
Okay.
So far, we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the endgame is where the game truly
65
begins.
at Act 6,
Something that happens
and then
almost
100.
every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough endgame content.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we want to make sure that in POE2, people don't feel that way.
What you got, John?
We actually only changed our development priority for this.
Don't lick the tip! Put it in, John!
The first 3 acts of POE2 already take around 25 hours to complete.
25 hours!
A pretty significant
We'll see about
campaign.
that.
On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in endgame each league. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on endgame and make that great.
Okay.
For new players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content.
Mm-hmm.
But for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the in-game challenges to overcome.
No, I care about the lore, sir.
We switched the entire development team's focus over to making in-game content. At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types.
That motherfucker flicked the fucking
rest of the game
shockwave
is like
at me.
80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release.
Uh-huh.
Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Crawl.
Yes.
Where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, new rewards.
Yes.
You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus.
This is just old game. It's no problem. It's no problem, John.
Increases.
We can take it.
That will take you to around level 65, where the endgame begins.
Okay.
Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing Crawl difficulty.
Okay.
So you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame. But what is the endgame? To explain that, I'll hand over to Mark. He can tell you all about it.
Are we in the Atlas? Please tell me we're in the Atlas.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts.
Hi, Mark.
Game director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct endgame content to choose between. Each endgame mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content.
Okay,
We're
no problem.
going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2, we decided to start with 7
don't serenade
systems
me.
you
Don't
can
serenade me, John. Take it off.
This is the Atlas.
Yes!
It serves as the core of the endgame for Path of Exile 2.
And it's an
Infinite
actual
and
fucking map.
expands in all directions. Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it.
Okay.
In the center of the Atlas, you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Val research the fundamentals of space and time. Here,
Based.
we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources.
Based.
In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier, which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face.
Okay.
To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the randomization up to 11. The monster packs you will face in each map are totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it.
Rare
Once
and
you've done
unique.
that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it. There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are
Okay,
drawn
that's
to that
domination.
power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff.
Mhm.
Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items. You can also find strong boxes.
Strong boxes are back?
These chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you
Please
open
tell
them,
me that
and
they
the
are
boxes
always going to
often
be
have mechanisms to
identified
unlock
and that
powerful
they're
spells
going to
or
not
weapons
have
to use.
freeze.
There are different types of strong boxes containing different items, and you can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can
Ooh.
optimize the contents. But be careful of opening one you can't handle.
It makes smoke so you can't even see them coming. Or is it a type of instance that it locks you in now?
Sometimes
No, you can
you'll
move around.
discover monsters frozen in essences.
Alright,
Solidified
essences look
crystalline
different.
corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic
Divine
items
Stride
with
effect
a
is here.
guaranteed mod from a category. For example, we could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod.
Base.
Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod.
Mm-hmm.
This is incredibly powerful, since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed. Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items.
Mm-hmm.
Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger.
Okay.
The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop.
Okay.
Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them.
Yes.
But it will require you to take on larger challenges.
Yes.
There are a variety of factors you'll have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns.
New map tiers, new
And
learning.
higher tiers
Doriani!
you'll gain points that you can spend.
Get what you doing here?
This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas. of
Also
the
Atlas
area.
tree.
You could increase the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the in-game world map, you'll notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas,
I wonder
there
what these
are all
towers
sorts
are.
of things to discover.
What are these towers?
Cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an
Unique maps?
undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item
Is
for
this
free.
Seer?
In addition, you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp.
Oh, cool. We can
Clear
also
these
claim our
areas
own
of
unique
their
hideouts.
hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit and invite various NPCs to join
Much better
you
than
there
Helena.
to create your own personal base of operations. A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor
Oh,
constructs
God,
are
fuck,
dotted
God
around
damn
the
it.
Atlas.
They
Completing
brought
the
back
tower
fucking
will reveal a
Shaper
large
towers.
area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking. Some sections of your atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations.
Beyond is here?
You may have noticed while looking at the atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding.
So there's not always a map boss, but when there is a map boss, that map boss will whoop your ass.
With changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them.
Okay, you can choose to be a bosser or be a blaster.
For each different type of content in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types.
No hard respecs, let's go!
7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is a lot more to come.
I see Calgar,
Not the only
I saw Ritual,
on the Atlas.
I saw
Let's take a
Scourge.
look at one of the endgame systems, Breach. If you played POE1, you might be familiar with Breach. For POE2, we have created sequels to several POE1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them.
breach rooms here.
These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop breach
It is in
tablets.
fact Shaper Towers.
Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more
Which is
breaches
technically
to
another way of
areas
saying they're
within range of the
sextants.
tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains. In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches
Is this
in
gonna be
Breach.
a side upgrade to
Tablets can have up to
Scarabs,
2
or are you
mods.
taking Scarabs out
These mods
entirely?
do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often, you will find multiple towers near to each other with overlapping areas of effect. This can allow you to rarely juice the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple tablets. In your fight to hold the Breach demons at bay, you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each in-game mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach, you will find catalysts. That can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mobs. You can also find Breach Rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this case, you could create a ring with around 170 life. Breach Rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving you some good motivation to face the
So
demon
you took them
hordes.
off
In
of the
addition,
SAS
each
Master
in-game
and
mechanic
gave the
needs to have a
catalyst to
pinnacle
Breach.
in-game
I like it.
encounter. While killing Breach monsters, you may find Breach Splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create
300.
a Breach Stone. Using a Vaal technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your Breach Stone to access their domain and bring the fight to them. In this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of Breach inhabitants.
Do we sustain it as like before? Yeah, we do. I think I know what I'm going to do.
And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht. We that are one.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare.
Lovely.
That are one. Fate.
So, they finally gave your shit a fucking face. So is he gonna be every element at once? He's like a mixture of 5 bosses and Eater of Worlds.
Encounters of POE2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself. But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All of these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the breach section of the Atlas tree.
Okay, so you have to go to
Allocating these
Zesht.
points will make breaches and the breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase
tagged,
the difficulty
so you
of
can
the
read it.
Twisted Domain, while the large nodes have more specific
Hello, grasping
bonuses.
hands.
For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped
inflict
hands,
waking splinters on
and
when
inflict you
open.
with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds.
Okay.
Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Rayclast. Ritual altars are sacrificial sites
Hello,
built
Ritual.
by the mysterious King in the Mists. If you encounter this symbol on the Atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars. Ritual altars demand tribute. Every monster you slaughter in the circle will feed the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by
Wave.
the King
That's
of the
new.
Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive. The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items,
5?
but they can be expensive. To gain
Lord
more
have
tribute,
mercy.
you will want to find
Lord
more
have
items.
mercy.
Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of an area, you will be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items
are
that
back.
allow for metacrafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting
Okay.
items. Have an
Only-
item with good
only
prefixes,
prefixes.
but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mods you don't want, while keeping the ones you do.
Okay,
There
so
are
it
a bunch
augments
more
them.
of these with different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover. Now don't forget that Ritual will
That's
also
also
drop
nice.
tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals.
Okay,
If you want to get
specialization
to the
for item
pinnacle
crafting.
boss of Ritual, then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding. The pinnacle encounter of Ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Asmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by insanity. A mysterious entity
Delirium.
has taken a special interest in you. Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life. When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which is as profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome. Rare and unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons, who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange
Distilled
crafting
ire.
material, distilled emotions. By combining these
A new
emotions, you
fun
can
and
install
view!
formulas with a notable from the passive skill tree. This is like gaining an extra passive point for free, attached to your gear. They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get. Distilled emotions can also be used to instill your in-game maps, applying delirious
And
to
they
them
can go on the
and adding
maps.
additional difficulty and rewards, allowing you to further juice your
Full
in-game
shit!
maps. The tablets you can find from the area can be used to further improve it.
We have to do all the content then.
Make the fog dissipate
There's
slowly,
no-
or improve your
there's no
progress
singling out
with the
one
pinnacle
tactic.
encounter of delirium.
Like, everything has something.
Speaking of which, every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange
And it's still got the 1 to
encounters based
15.
on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive loot at the end
But how
of each
hard is
wave,
it?
and you will have to make
'Cause
the
Delirium is
decision to
already
leave
fucking
now
hard.
or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the mist. The bosses you will
Omniphobia's
face
here.
to get deeper into a simulacrum are truly terrifying. If you can complete a simulacrum, you will gain points for the delirium section of the Atlas skill tree.
Expeditions
Next
here.
up, we have Expedition.
Hi, Danny!
Occasionally, while clearing corruption, you will encounter these Kalguran settlers. The Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial sites with lost Verisium artifacts, and they want you to help dig them up with explosives. The Kalgurans have marked the locations where the relics can
New
be
markers.
found. Place explosives as best you can to dig up as many as possible. There is just one problem. Corruption has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts. Also find the remnants, the destruction of which will further anger the restless dead. Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful, but also more rewarding. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin will exchange the artifacts.
Gwenin and your useless ass bullshit. You're actually useful in this game!
Increase the number of expeditions and the rewards. This one increases the radius of explosives, while this one increases the number of remnants you will find. Eventually, you might discover a logbook. These are special maps full of buried treasure and relics. Essentially, one giant dig site.
But does Rog Champ still exist? Is he still the same? Are they all the same?
An extremely long chain of explosives, and go through a very high number of remnants. But be careful. Many remnants have holes that can really break your pick, so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter harder than you can handle. There are all sorts of interesting things buried under the ground in logbooks. You might find dripping caves and hidden pirate caches. But the most powerful encounter is Olroth, the ancient undead commander of the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him
How the fuck is he still here?
Rewards, as well as points to spend in the expedition section of the Atlas tree. So those are the in-game systems of the Atlas, but we are
Alright, in-game trials! Do Uncle Izzy proud! What do we get?
Just like the other in-game systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from.
Better not be bullshit!
As you get higher level coins for the Trial of the Sycamores, you will unlock more floors to explore. Each floor has its own
in-game trials or in-game trials.
And a floor boss that you will need to kill.
Ooh, double bosses. That looks like it's Sanctum. Yeah, that's Sanctum.
There are 4 floors in total, leading to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sycamores is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree, so it's possible to gain a lot of power here.
So you have jewel sockets that you can access like
that
this.
Don't provide any bonuses themselves, but affect other passive
and they also function as threshold jewels.
Small nodes and radius by 25%. With careful placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it. There are also unique jewels available with very interesting effects.
Do we craft them?
You will have to find those for yourself.
Do we craft them?
In order to push further into the trial and uncover the secrets of the Maraketh, you will want to take advantage of its progression system, relics. Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency items.
We can craft them directly now.
Stronger. If you can complete the entire trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used on your next run, but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame. If you use it, you will have only 1 honor for the entire trial, so you will need to do a completely...
And as necessary, it is being given to the Necromancer character.
The Trial of Chaos also extends into the endgame. As you gain inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels,
Lord have mercy.
The number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Val style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards. At endgame, you can progress through up to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge, but it's worth it. The Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Val Empire, such as Val Orbs. Val Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your gear with random...
But what are the outcomes?
Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft. But it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment.
Nice.
Or it might re-roll up to half of its modifiers.
Okay.
Val Orbs also have the ability to add a socket, allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item can have. A body armor could get up to 3 sockets this way, allowing for a significant number of mods. Val Orbs can even modify uniques. Adding enchantments
And
or
implicit
summons
back.
uniques can make them incredibly powerful, but there is a good chance
Because
that
now
you
it's
will
not,
break them as well.
and now because it's
The
not
Trial
necessarily
Master will
pushed on
also
that.
occasionally offer you
Now you
soul
have the
cores.
ability
Originally
to
formed by
not
chaos,
worry
the
about your
Vaal
socket
sought to
block.
replicate soul cores through human sacrifice rituals and blood magic to power their civilization. Soul cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes. Like all in-game content, there is of course a pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door. Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides.
Okay,
Perhaps
Trial
you
Master
are
himself
willing to
gets to
take the
fight
risk
still.
to find out.
Insert 3
Had enough
fates.
yet? Because
So this is
there's
just
still
them playing on the
one more
original
thing.
idea of the
Most
Trial
difficult
Master's
content
locker
in
room.
Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged from underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame. It is clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat them. Each faction is led by an Uber Act boss. You can see
Okay.
one of them inhabiting the city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants.
How is
in the
Viper
adjacent
not
zone.
Tawadi here?
Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it, as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time. But is
Okay.
there a tree you get points in after killing it? Of course there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
So these are your challenges for POE2. As
Thanks,
you can see, this
Mark.
project is crazy huge. Way bigger than even we expected when we started out. But how do you gain access? Well, during early access you'll need a key to get in. To
Okay.
thank our existing POE supporters who have spent more than $480 US,
They've
we'll be
changed
giving
to
you guys a
480.
key for the PC version for free. Anyone else who wants one can get one by purchasing one of the new early access supporter packs that have just been released to the store. If you just want early access to POE2, then you can get a key in the $30 US early access pack. The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store. But we also have
And
a
then, of
variety
course,
other supporter packs,
the Big Dip,
exclusive
the Mega Dip,
merchandise,
the Omega Dip, the Over Dip. You have too much money, Dip.
right now in POE1,
And you want your name to be in the title dip.
Most of this footage has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where you can use them immediately. The Lord of Ogham supporter pack contains a cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Ogham himself. There is also a matching back attachment which has an alternate variant depicting the influence of corruption. Also in this pack you can find a portal formed of the rusted armor of the fallen soldiers in the Red Vale of Ogham, and the offspring of a vicious crowbell boss found in the hunting grounds.
He's
This one doesn't
adorable.
look so vicious though.
He's fucking adorable.
On top of that, you'll receive the Iron Count's Y-Hander to apply to your
That's
one-handed or two-handed
that's just a
swords.
new skin. That's the skin
For
of
those who are
Soul
wanting to
Edge.
decorate
That's
your
just Soul
hideouts with
Edge.
fond memories and tales of Path of Exile's history, you will also get a series of hideout statues. This pack contains the statue of Hillock. For Path of Exile 1's closed beta, each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi. Following this tradition, all packs in this series will also contain a new themed Kiwi pet. The pet will loyally follow you into battle, but run away at the first sign of trouble. Become the ruler of the desert with the King of the Faradin supporter pack. Show your mastery of traversing the sands of the Vasteri Plains. The body armor will allow you to glide along the ground with ancient sand magic. Now each armor set comes with body armor, boots, gloves, and helmet, but the boots are covered in sand. If you'd prefer to show them off, you can turn the gliding off if you want.
Nice.
The accompanying back attachment equips you with 2 powerful pillars that can control and manipulate lightning.
The pillars of their
They will
own
periodically
themselves?
release their energy in a powerful blast while in town, and hover in a circle around you, arcing lightning between them, forming a barrier of energy.
Based.
Replace the appearance of any bow with the Faradin's Glory skin. Or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End spear skin.
Based.
This spear skin can be applied to staves and war staves in Path of Exile 1. If you want to truly show your worth as a King of the Faradin, then you definitely need your trusty, moving, entire city fortress known as the Dreadnought to travel across the Vasteri Plains.
Based.
In Path of Exile, you can decorate your hideout however you like, and it's no exception here. It comes with a variety of thematic elements to use, or use decorations from elsewhere in the game.
Poggers.
Additionally, you will get the Deshret's Blessing level up effect.
Nice.
The King of the Farad'n Kiwi pet.
That's just Kiwi
At
Xerxes.
least a statue depicting the Vile Oversoul from Path of Exile 1. For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from the previous tier, so you'll get all the items from the Lord of Ogham supporter pack as well. The Thaumaturge of the Vile supporter pack features an armor set and back attachment themed around the Vile and their pursuit of science and progress.
But can I just buy the separate
You can
pieces?
find the Soul Core weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic
I would
energy
like to
harnessed
buy
from
the separate
sacrifice to
pieces.
spill from your
I don't
body.
want to dip the fucking
This
money
pack
that
also
bad.
contains Doyani's Idol. It replaces the default appearance of any foci to an ancient relic once used by Doyani, and this can be applied to shields in Path of Exile 1. That's not the only Vile weapon you'll find. It also contains the Wand of the Thaumaturge skin.
Oh, Carl's gushing over
And the
contents
Royal
war for the
Sacrifice
game. I'm
dagger
seething, curling my drunken breath by how
You wouldn't
Home Run
think
3
with
update shows how
sacrificial
inept the
gems on
devs were and that
Kiwi,
this game
but
could
the
have been
Vile
so much
did.
better. I'm sorry,
Thaumaturge
Bolster.
of the Vile supporters will receive the Thaumaturge of the Vile Kiwi pet. And the Statue of Dominus. This is also the first pack in the series with a physical item. When purchasing this pack, you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt. But if you don't want one, you can opt out and return for additional points to spend in the store. Becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter will grant you an armor set and back attachment, adorned in jade carvings and iridescent feathers resembling power.
The rock
Enough
skin.
to even impress the ancestral gods, specifically Tukohama, the Karui god of war.
Who's dead, by the way.
Overkill, you say? I think the Karui people would disagree. Why not drop a gigantic totem on rare enemies you slay to crush them to a pulp? Replace your crafting bench in your hideout with the Ancestral Canoe crafting bench, where Ancestral Chief Manta will summon a giant canoe manned by Karui warriors to aid in your crafting desires. You'll also get a pair of weapon skins. Equip Akoya's Felling Axe skin to your one-hand or two-handed axes, or Tukohama's Crusher to your one-handed or two-handed maces. A true Karui warlord is always accompanied
Kiwi
by a
is also
dusty
nice.
Kiwi. Equipped with armor and harnessing ancestral magic, they make the perfect sidekick. Once one of the most feared beings in Rayclast, Malachi was slain by a powerful exile. May the statue commemorate the virtue of exiles past, present, and of the future. Of course, it's not all about dressing up in game.
And this one's a hoodie.
You'll want to look good in real life too. By becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter, you'll also get a Path of Exile 2 hoodie. Our final tier of supporter pack in this series is the Liberator of Rayclast supporter pack. The Liberator of Rayclast armor set and back attachment come made with the finest materials in Rayclast, and shattered glass mosaics suspended in divine power. Set up your base of operations in the Beacon of Salvation hideout. Why restrict yourself to just one island when you can liberate more? The Beacon of Salvation hideout comes equipped with your own collection of small islands and personal operators of boats that you can use to row between them. Just walk to the piers, pick a boat to enter and navigate as you choose.
Oh my god.
Each island as you see fit to best represent your well-earned hideout.
That's hilarious.
Everyone in your hideout can use their own boat. Why not have some races? You can also get the Window to Twilight portal effect.
Nice.
A beautiful mosaic piece of art that shatters and reveals a gateway to your desired destination as you approach it. As you walk away, the glass magically reforms back to its original form.
Nice, nice.
Rule in style with the Throne of the Ruler map device. Sure, this map device can create portals to in-game maps, but it also comes with a throne you can sit on to oversee your growing kingdom.
Poggers.
Look down on the plebeians running your maps. Being the Liberator, though, is not just about sitting on your throne all day. If you do decide to join the fight yourself, you can leave a High Priest in charge as your second in command. Liberator of Rayclast supporters will also get a set of varied weapon skins. The Light of Divinity Scepter skin, the Deliverance crossbow skin, the Justice flail skin, and the Redemption shield skin. Once again, you'll have an accompanying Kiwi, and of course a statue depicting one of the most iconic events in Rayclast's history.
Kitava.
The battle between a powerful exile and Kitava, the Insatiable. With the help of two deities, Sin and Innocence, the exile was able to defeat him once and for all. This supporter pack also contains the Path of Exile 2 art book. This 215-page full-color art book includes a huge amount of amazing concept art and lore produced during the long and exciting journey of Path of Exile 2's development. And finally, Path of Exile has a tradition of letting the community participate in designing game features. For Path of Exile 2, we'll be adding the Twilight Order Foil Reliquary. By becoming a Liberator of Rayclass supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you will be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the Reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the Reliquary will start dropping, and other players will be able to find foil versions of uniques that you have submitted along with a message for the lucky player. The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the Reliquary to drop them, so choose wisely. Now, almost all
every single person is now going to try and put in Headhunter and Mageblood.
There are a few exceptions where
Calling
the
it
class clearly doesn't exist, such as crossbows or flails. And there are also a few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in POE2 at the start of early access. Once classes that use those weapon types are added, those microtransactions will be available to use. If you can't decide which supporter pack to choose yet, you can always start with the early access supporter pack that just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date. These supporter packs will be available for purchase throughout early access. We'd really like to thank you for your ongoing support. Without you guys, Path of Exile 2 could not have happened. Now, I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions.
And now the
Stick
Q&A,
around, because coming up next,
which may not interest me. You better have good questions, Ziggy. Now here's the real question. Can we support immediately? That's what I want to know. My pants are thoroughly drenched. Gabba.
To the post-show discussion and Q&A. I hope you all enjoyed what you've seen so far. It's been pretty exciting for us here as well, as you guys have been inspired already just watching things. And you're already cooking a new ascendancy class.
Yeah, for sure.
At Valshwitz questions. Do not repeat, I will see them.
Absolutely. There's been a few fun moments here already. But I'm your host, Ziggy D, and I'm joined by Jonathan and Mark to talk about everything you've seen. Honestly, it's so much.
I mean, we were really keen to make sure that when we went into early access that people didn't feel like it was just, limping along and kind of, just like a minimal amount of content. We really wanted to kind of blow people away. So hopefully people feel like, there is enough content. Because, it was certainly a mission to get all that stuff in.
Yeah, I did come here expecting that there would be, maybe a basic mapping placeholder end game and your 3 acts and, the half the classes. But you've made a decision here clearly that's got to go the core PoE player community in mind.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we have to make sure, look, Path of Exile's endgame is kind of known for the fact that you get to choose between different types of content and that, some people enjoy one thing, some people enjoy another, and I feel like that choice is, a huge part of what makes it good. So if we didn't have that when we entered endgame, then I don't think that would be, that wouldn't be a Path of Exile endgame. So that's kind of what we have to make sure of. So we kind of said, okay, well, what is the minimum number of, different in-game things you need to be able to have in order to be able to actually have a viable in-game that you feel like you get different choices. And that's how we ended up with what we have here.
I definitely feel like a lot of games nowadays release, and their campaign's intact and real good. You get to the end game and it just falls real flat.
Yeah.
And it was certainly a very important moment for us when we were like, hold on, that's the wrong thing to do. Let's not make the same mistake as everyone else. Let's pivot. And we actually did that, and it made a world of difference and made the game all of a sudden, 100 times bigger with an infinite amount more content, right?
It was definitely hard though, because it's like we're progressing. It's like we would have made it. We would have gotten all these acts in if we hadn't have changed direction. It's like to actually say, you know what, we're going to specifically not finish this content that we'll be working on. It's like pens down, everyone. We're stopping work on this. We're going to move over to endgame because it's actually more important. That was certainly a hard one.
That would have been some whiplash there, I imagine.
For sure.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's like suddenly the whole, environment art team, it's like, they're all just like, whatever you're working on, just scrap. You don't want to scrap, but, just stop it. we're doing something else now. So
saving clothes, yeah.
Especially for a lot of the developers, because you got to also think, a lot of our developers have just been working on this campaign for, what is it now, 6 years.
I think it's even longer, actually.
Yeah, it's it's just this epic journey, whereas none of them, a lot of these people haven't been working on Path of Exile 1 this whole time, so some of us are we're just churning out in-game with every league and doing all of that, but for a lot of these people, a lot of these developers, it was quite jarring to swap over, but everyone embraced it,
You know, we talked about it, everyone was happy about it and stoked about it, and it just ended up coming out real awesome, so...
I think it's landed well, and it definitely kind of blew me away when you... So even before I saw anything, we were in the car on the drive here, and you were just info dumping all of the end game. You're like, oh, we got this feature, we got this feature. I'm getting dopamine just from hearing about it. I haven't even seen anything yet. But do you guys feel like you're competing against yourselves a little bit here? Because Path of Exile's kind of set the bar, the original game has set the bar for what is available to endgame in a game like this, and it makes it's not acceptable really to launch with just nothing in terms of endgame now.
Absolutely. I mean, like if you're not competing with yourself, then I don't think you're going to make good progress, right? So that's what you really have to do.
Yeah, but cracking that out for beta even.
Is, absolutely.
Pretty
Well, as I
exciting.
said, I just think it would not have landed nearly as well without that. And I think it's important that our existing Path of Exile 1 community feels like they're also served. Like, yeah, sure, we're doing all this stuff for new players, and that's really important, and that'll expand the audience. But, you know, if we launched and all the POE1 players are unhappy, that wouldn't be good. So, you know, we have to make sure that they also feel like, you know, they've got a game for both them and for all the new players we hope to bring to the genre.
And you definitely want all those different axes as well. Like just having two, right? You'll get a lot of content can be immediately divisive, right? Obviously, that's the nature of it. That's how it goes, right? And so you have all of these different avenues because there are different players who like different types of content.
Yeah.
So if you're just like, here's your one end game system, well, immediately then there is a portion of players who are just like, I don't want this, right? And so having all of these options is like ultra key, and that is what Path of Exile 1 has taught us. And again, it's like, I'd say lessons learned, you know, for the genre, and it is expanding in other games and stuff, but yeah, certainly, as you said, competing with ourselves, yes, POE1 has like, you know, 40 axes, you know, and we've got 7 really good ones here, and obviously more to come. But 7 is a lot, mind you.
Especially when it's all like, you know, like people have to learn a lot of things again. It's going to be very interesting to see how long it takes people to do the kind of difficulty 4 pinnacle content.
Is that the highest level?
We have to. It's honestly like we actually don't even really know because like you never know what people are going to find in terms of builds and so on. Like I'm hoping that it will take people a while to be able to work it out. But
and before day one,
maybe end of day one, people just be like, oh yeah, easy, no problem, mate. You know, could be what it's like.
We have a few people that are doing that sort of thing. I saw like a solo self-found level 100 in 24 hours or something.
Jeez. Okay, we got this is where we've got it now, is it?
So, but I imagine there'll be a little bit of a soft reset there for people. A relearning period.
There's stuff to learn.
And I mean, POE2 has changed a lot over the years, so more than 5 years of development now. And what was that initial pitch when POE2 was first put forwards, like, as to what it's going to be? Because it was much smaller in scope originally.
Yeah, so when we started, it wasn't even a sequel. It was just, we're just updating the character rigs. And over time, it kind of feature creeped into a proper sequel. But the thing that we were saying is, whenever we were talking about it, and I guess this is the main thing, is that we're like, okay, when we make an area here, it needs to be that there's like a theme for it. It feels unique from everything else. We're not going to just like have recycled stuff like within the campaign that just feels like, oh, you know, we just took this area and modified it slightly. You know, each one's got to have its own stuff. It's got to have monsters that were like carefully thought about, that like, you know, fit in with the world, and it's got to have bosses that are actually like good tier quality. You know, and every area is going to have one. So those decisions have kind of been things that have meant that they really raised the quality bar to a level that took us way longer than we even really expected. Like those things there, just like it's huge, right? Like honestly, I feel like we underestimated significantly what it would take to deliver that level of quality.
I remember really early on, a battle I fought for, and I mean like way back, was like, if you think back to, say, Diablo 2, which obviously still holds a lot of, you know, power in terms of design motivations and philosophy and stuff within the company, you get things like the super uniques, and POE1 did them, and it's just like, here's a boss with 1 or 2 skills. And I remember very, very, very early on in POE2, I'm like, I want every single boss to be memorable and a thing. I don't want a unique monster that's just like dies in 2 seconds and uses heavy strike and has a fancy name. And I remember, I even got some push.
Poor Caliph.
I remember getting some pushback at the time and thinking like, you know, I love the bosses, my favorite part of everything, and so I was just like, man, I don't want this. This is just terrible. But of course, that decision, me pushing for that, me wanting that, turned into this megalithic.
What have you done?
Now we have 50, aiming to be 100. Honestly, probably later, several more 100 once all the end games, everything start to evolve and more expansions comes out. And I'm like, yep, we maybe just made 100 times more work for ourselves, but 100% bloody worthwhile, because I'd say those bosses are one of the main, attraction pieces of the game, and anyone who plays it is just like, holy crap, those boss fights are amazing. So like, obviously some are bad and some are good to different people and all that. That's how it all goes. That's part of all the fun. But it is true that me pushing for that thing literally created thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of work. Now, worthwhile work, but it is again that exact thing of like, the scope was kind of small on numerous axes, and as we just raised the quality bar to what we thought was good, it certainly went from, what was it initially, just reskinning some character classes and new rigs or whatever, into this like mega scale entire campaign, everything. But
full standalone separate game. Yeah.
Fun other anecdote, since we went out of that territory. It was originally codenamed Project Chimera.
What? I don't.
It was this pipe dream.
I've never been a fan of these codename things.
It was this like, there were times way back in the original Office, there was all this like, sometimes there'll be a feature you can't really do in POE1, and it was always like, we'll do it in Project Chimera. That was like amongst the developers, and people were like, what the heck is that? Now, ironically, there is a boss in Act 3 called, well, it's got a different name, but it's called the Chimera internally. It is a Chimera. It's a multi-headed beast, and you've seen it in a few of the marketing, things here and here, different trailers, little snippets of it. And I think it's just ironic that was actually the first boss asset made before everything, the first monster, because back in when we used to just make random monsters and we'll find out how to use them. And that was made for that game. It was used in the original POE2 trailer, right? It is the only incomplete, technically, but only from a balance standpoint, or was the last boss to finish in the entire Path of Exile campaign right now.
It sounds like there was like some sort of emotional demon that you had to battle there, of like the legacy of the original idea, and you had to finish it.
We had a moment with the monster game designers where we're like, oh my god, it's happening, the Chimera is finally being finished. Holy, this is like, we were effectively like, we need to celebrate this boss finally being done. It was like at the origin, and now it's at this, point where we're about to deploy early access. Not to say the end, because the end is forever away.
Yeah. It's still the beginning of a journey in many ways.
Yep.
But on that note of celebrating, like, how do you guys feel having now kind of, for the first time, I feel really like laid bare kind of everything you have, you're putting it out there, and only being 2 weeks away from everyone playing it?
Well, it's always scary, coming into a release, and I think especially for, there's like a bunch of people on the POE2 team who have, who are, like they have, this is their first game that they're going to be releasing, and that experience is something that, it's tough. And honestly, I think that even we were feeling a little bit cocky, actually, about the fact, because, we release, content for POE1 all the time, and I feel like we kind of felt like we knew what it took to get a game released, but honestly, like, POE2 was just a whole entirely different demon as far as getting things out, right? Like, it's just way more difficult. Like, when you actually have to make everything, like, the whole frickin' thing right from the ground up again, it's like, wow, there's way more stuff there. And, like, there's even things like the passive tree, where it's like, I feel like we underestimated what it would take to get something like that to an actual releasable state. Like, that was a huge amount of work, just like absolutely colossal, to get it to get that kind of stuff in shape. Like, it's just been crazy. Obviously it's nerve-wracking, coming up to a release day, but I think we do have something that players are going to really enjoy, and it's always comforting when we had a live event in LA recently. People, we got to the time limit and everyone's like, oh man, we don't want to stop. So like I think people are going to really enjoy it.
It's been a whole different experience for me here playing this time around as well, whereas before I was playing a very buggy kind of internal version of the game that was very experimental. Now playing almost what I'm going to be playing.
Well, I heard you still managed to blow the count up the elevator with some kind of knockback bug.
I wasn't going to mention that.
Yeah, we have to go with that one.
I did send the Act 1 boss up an elevator with knockback. It was good.
Intended mechanic.
I thought it was pretty funny. Yeah. He was in his like big wolf form and kind of trapped in there, so just barking at me through the wood. It's good. So a few little, I'm sure there's a few things to work out over this next 2 weeks. I hope the team can have a little bit of a rest for a day before they get back into it, maybe.
Yeah.
No, it's been a lot. So you've done that pivot to the endgame focus and got so much for us now to play around with in the beta, and it seems like originally I was thinking, we might be playing for a few weeks here, and then maybe going back over to some Path of Exile 1 stuff, but it seems like you guys want us playing through Christmas.
That would certainly be good. Look, there's enough stuff there. I think it will take people a long time to get through.
Yep.
And obviously, it's also going to be the first time people are playing through a completely fresh campaign as well. I think that will take people a fair amount of time.
That's an understatement, bro. That's a fucking understatement.
Significant. We've always wanted it to be that Path of Exile 2 leagues, are going to be, like how POE1 leagues are, where you play them for a reasonable amount of time, and then sure, you get done with them eventually, and then you've got the next content that comes out. So in order to be able to realize that, you have to have enough of a base to make that happen.
Yeah, people are definitely wondering how invested they can get in the beta. So I definitely want to ask a few questions kind of around that idea. Firstly, is there going to be wipes and resets, and will there be something before launch as well?
So we are going to be having new leagues effectively throughout the beta whenever we launch something significant, because we want to make sure that all of the effectively that people are able to play through. But that stuff will be merged into an early access league, and effectively after we go into full release, that league will stick around. Now, I can't promise that everything about your character will function exactly like how it did in that thing.
I imagine it'll be a glorious kind of snapshot of all of the here's all the broken stuff. Yeah.
But effectively, we can contain all that stuff in the sort of early access league, and then if you still want to play those characters, then you can go right ahead and do that. But the action is always going to be in whatever the most recent league is, and then of course after that point there'll be a standard that everything goes into, which all our economic sins will forevermore be archived in the in standard. So that's. No doubt what will happen.
Well, it's nice that it's not going to be affecting what will be the standard league.
Yeah.
Also,
that's the idea.
People will be able to kind of get invested in their characters. Because,
yeah, absolutely.
There's even something kind of cool about the idea of making something that will be like that little historical piece.
Yeah, absolutely.
A little collectible.
Absolutely, and I'm sure there'll be some handful of legacy things that only exist in early access leagues. So, I guess we'll have to see what comes with the unique balance.
You talked about the playing for a week or how long are we expecting. Well, we also got to remember, and a lot of the POE1 players will be thinking very differently to people who are obviously going to experience this as a new game, but it is a new game, right? You don't have all these predefined, hyper-refined builds to play to immediately, go through things. You don't have people coming in with fully detailed 7 million line build guides of exactly what to do with what items. The discovery is going to be there. The discovery takes time, and the discovery is honestly ultra fun for me. I love it. Now, those things will emerge after time. Of course they do. Completely fine. But you should remember, there's a lot of game to play here to discover, to learn about the world, the new narratives, the new world building, the new unique items, the ascendancy classes, the massive passive tree, which is bigger than POE1's, the end game systems, the bosses. It's not going to be this I personally, when a POE1 league comes out, for example, I play for a month. Sometimes a bit longer, sometimes a bit less. It ultimately also depends largely what's going on here and how much I need to invest here. So, and there are other people who play for more 3 and whatnot, but there's certainly going to be a much longer time period you can play this for while still discovering new stuff and not feel like you're finished, you know what I mean? Yeah. Now, of course, you see that's subjective. Everyone can pick their own point when they finish, but if you want to see everything and do everything, you're going to be investing a lot more time, especially these first-time rounds, and then obviously with every league, there's more to discover, but you get faster at doing all these parts over and over and over again. You'll get more efficient over time. That's how the game works. So, yeah, I'd expect a lot of time to be sunk into this to fully explore it to start with, a lot, Not a week, not 2 weeks. You're going to be going far, far longer than that if you want to see everything. But, it's up to you. Play at your own pace. See how you want to go. Learn at your own pace. That's the beauty of a new game as well, which we haven't been able to experience with Path of Exile 1, or other games for so long, is actually discovering the entire world. And
there's so much you guys put there, though, bro.
Awesome for people, but
you put so much shit there. It's unbelievable.
I certainly want to I'm very excited to see people discovering the new things and getting so excited about it.
I can tell you're amped for watching people go through that discovery process. Maybe even diving in yourself
100%.
I mean, I love sitting there in Path of Building, as many of us do, but I am very excited for that.
Well, yeah, as we were saying,
discovery process for a while.
I think you were saying how much you were part spreadsheet. I think I was saying I'm like maybe
You're funny,
60% spreadsheet, 40% discovery, and that's my play archetype. You know, so
coming up with our player profiles, Timmy spikes and things like that for both of Exiled characters. Yeah.
The discovery part of me is ultra excited, and and I'll mind you, that's coming from someone who kind of knows all the content. I'm still, because there's something different about making it versus actually playing it live with the players, seeing them discover it, uniques being linked in chat and on Reddit and all of that is just so cool. So we're gonna get a massive dose of that, and it is like genuinely exciting to just see how people are gonna think. You know, what's worth 1 chaos or what's worth 10 chaos, what's worth if chaos is even the metric.
Is chaos even the currency that people settle on?
We were arguing about this earlier.
I'm pretty sure that 1 C spam in chat might turn into 1 E, because 1 exalt, given that exalt is now...
I think it'll be chaos.
People probably...
ad remove will still be...
People don't appreciate, by the way, like, so when we say we've increased... you're going to be getting multiple exalts in Act 1. In POE2, like we actually have increased that a lot. It isn't just like an idle, like.
I can see exalts becoming the new kind of like chaos. And
I think actually that
chaos
will
being
be
the new divines.
I actually agree. But
the gold standard's going to be completely fucked.
But it's a new economy, right? Like
we say that much.
The market will have to.
But I like that we're already arguing about this. It's good fun. So, do you have some kind of like beta release roadmap for updates and things like that for people to look forward to?
I mean, we certainly did have one 6 months ago when we were, but now that we're sort of getting to release, it's like, oh my god, like we have to look at it. So, I mean, look, I don't think it'll be any less than 6 months, and I think it could easily end up being more. I certainly don't want to. I mean, look, 2025, I think. Really want to be full release in 2025. I don't really want to be spending more than a year. That would be pretty crazy. But I mean, honestly, like we have to get all the content finished and all that sort of stuff. We always feel like we underestimate these things, and of course we have to learn what we need to learn. We have to get the game to the point when it is really fun. We have to make sure that like all of the things like we've got the difficulty right for all the players, we've got the economy right, like all the stuff. I mean, there's a lot of things that we're gonna have to sort out. So I kind of have a feeling that the first few weeks at least are gonna just be scramble of like, oh crap, someone like worked this crazy thing out and we found this thing, and like that's always scary, because it's just when we add content to POE1, it's like at least the kind of base of stuff that we have is kind of well tested and people know kind of what's going on with it. But here it's like just complete new world, and we're the kind of game that has a lot of ability for players to do stuff that we wouldn't anticipate. We have just the way support gems work and everything like that. So there's certainly a lot of worry that like there's just going to be builds that are like completely ridiculous that we just never anticipated, combining certain things in different ways we don't expect. With hundreds of support gems it can be like that. So that's going to be an interesting one.
It will happen.
Yeah, for sure.
It is inevitable, right? Like there's nothing we can even do about it, because you need hundreds and thousands of hours of testing to be able to do that with what can only be done with hundreds of thousands of players. But that's also the magic of it all, which is awesome.
That's why I was asking you, like, are you literally really doing 12 classes and 36 sentences, like actually?
Yeah, that's absolutely. We have we know what we want to do with
it's
all
a bit
that
unhinged.
Stuff. It is a bit, but we like a challenge. I mean, a studio that produces a passive skill tree like we do clearly has a bit of a glutton for punishment with regard to just like mixing.
You totally could have done 6 and then like, I don't know, added more later in an expansion or something.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we could have. I mean, look, this is the plan. This is the plan. I mean, like as people go through early access, it's going to feel like there's just expansion content coming up pretty frequently. Just because we have all the stuff that we kind of got a lot of the way through. So there's stuff to come. I mean, look, I'm pretty sure. Like I really want to get the Druid out. Like we announced it, we've talked about it. It's a lot of fun. I'm keen to get that out there as soon as we can. The Huntress we've talked a bunch about as well. There's like those kinds of things. I think we'll be able to move towards those pretty quick. But there's obviously more to do.
The other thing you mentioned, talking roadmap like things, is we've always been. It's hard to predict because a lot of what will happen and what we leave space for is reacting to what the players want. And so if you plan everything for so long, you're going to have very, very, very slow reaction times to fixing, you know, or adding certain content where they may, you know, maybe the issue is like, the campaign needs more of this, or this class needs more of this, or something. So if you're planning, then you're going to be delivering on what they want solved like a year down the line or even longer. And where we like to remain very, very dynamic and like, you know, you want to be able to fix that stuff like, oh, well, this is the main problem. Like, sure, obviously you need more than a week sometimes, most of the time. But we want it generally to be that the next releases, expansions, updates, whatever, can alleviate as many of those problems as possible. So, yeah, you try not to get too strict with the planning has generally been our philosophy, because especially when it comes to actually having the live service product out, because that is very, very important. Otherwise, you're never going to seem like you're doing what people want, and what are you doing if not that?
So that actually is a good point. Like, I was going to ask, what do you folks, what does the team want out of the beta? Because obviously it's like a good way to market the game, but it's also, you know, key to shaping the game in the future. Like, the actual beta, it's not just early access.
I think one of the most important things, I think it's going to be really good for the development team to get back into a live mindset and like get it back into the idea of like, okay, everything we make is shipping.
People are seeing this.
Like, get back into this, you know, people are seeing, you know, like actually getting back into that, and like, yeah, like, and like being able to sort of see directly, like, okay, we make something, it goes in the game, people like it, don't like it, like that kind of stuff. Like, and that really, like, that has been our studio for like most of its lifetime. Obviously, we, you know, before we released POE1, it wasn't, but after that point, I mean, we are a company, like, we are a company that likes to think that we can do live service better than anyone else. Like, that is our goal. And so, like, getting back into that again, you know, for everyone in the studio, so that everyone's working on things that are going to be releasing within, you know, certainly in less time than, you know, than 3 months away. Is going to think be really, really good for us again. I look forward to just being able to do that, because these long-term, like really long-term things, like that span over years, it's like you go so long without proper feedback, like stuff kind of gets made, and then like, you know, it's not really in a real game, and so it doesn't get
probably
tested
lose
properly.
perspective.
And you absolutely lose perspective on this stuff. So I think that that's just going to be a really great to get back to that again.
Yeah. I honestly, as you said, it is early access, it is a beta period, and I'd say, you know, personally speaking, the thing that, and we mentioned it briefly about the character balance and the builds that are broken and all that, that's obviously pretty useful to me, right?
Yep.
Plus we have other systems in there, like, you know, the checkpointing system, right? You have to kill the boss in one life. You know, these are things we haven't mass tested, and obviously other games have, and they work, and that's awesome. There are other things like, you know, the end game system is a little bit less forgiving, in that if you die, you fail the map, right? These things are things that we obviously need to test and iterate on in the future by adjusting the difficulty and stuff like that. And you, especially as you get towards this point of, you know, the end game, like, okay, Act 1 has been tested like crazy.
Yep.
Right? And you get less and less testing as it goes on, because you get less people, you know, they've just been around for less time. And so, yeah, it's going to be a huge amount of iteration and feedback, and from the players and us just, you know, reevaluating all the stuff. And the thing is, we're always dynamic about that stuff. Like, we'll just change things if it's wrong, we'll redesign it, we'll come up with a new way. Jonathan's a firm believer of, if A doesn't work and B doesn't work, then we'll find C, we'll find option C, we'll find option D, and we'll keep changing things, and we'll make it work. So, yeah, it's going to be a lot of that iteration on our design decisions, how forgiving, because, like, the game is pretty hard, you know, it can be pretty hard. And so when you're on that fine line of, like, you know, things are difficult, you know, it's not too easy to know if you've tilted one way or the other. So, you know, finding what everyone agrees should be the common corrected difficulty is something that I will obviously be paying very, very, very close attention to.
It's a pretty hard thing to nail down when you are making the game. And so we've seen that a lot, where you folks have been pretty willing to change and then rechange and rechange again some of the core features like flasks and the waypointing system and portals. And you're keeping that kind of mindset going into the beta then?
Of course. I mean, look, we're always willing to change stuff. Like that flask thing, like the most recent change to that was like ultra recent. Like, have we even had like a closed beta of that yet? Was that? No. I think we haven't, But I mean, I think it's way better than it was. Like, it's, things have improved a lot. And honestly, like, that's one of those things we've been wanting to do, something to sort out flasks for ages.
Yep.
And it really came about because when actually looking at what new players were having trouble with when they were playing, Flask piano was actually like, even from the very beginning of the game, actually ended up being one of those things that like people just had probably just like just the manual dexterity required to like hit all your different Flask keys. And then, you have to know when one of your flasks has run out so you can move to the next one and, like, various things like that. Like, all that stuff actually was, like, just a weirdly large amount of mechanical complexity right from the very beginning.
Yeah.
And then even at endgame, I don't think it was really that satisfying either because you ended up with, like, just, like, having to press all these buttons all the time. And obviously it's all utility flasks that people are using at endgame. And then we kind of tried to band-aid this in POE1 with the, some of the flask automation stuff that was added there. But there was still this idea that...
it was shit.
That
It was shit.
Powerful.
It was shit.
Don't automate, so therefore, it's like.
And then you changed the quality system, which made it even harder to use.
If you get mage blood, really.
Sure, I guess. Sure.
And then it's all automated, and you're very powerful.
Yeah, sure, all right. But so the point is, effectively, that the charm stuff that we're doing effectively means that you no longer the game is making that decision of like, that stuff will be automated. You no longer have to do that like crazy Flask piano to get the best, the best out of your character. And I think that is definitely a step in the right direction. And the other thing as well is it actually makes the crafting more meaningful, I think, on the flasks, because when you've got like 5 slots, then like the individual mods and the individual stuff like seems to tend to not matter as much. I mean, obviously, people want instant recovery and things like that, but like but like now it's like it's much more meaningful. Like on your life flask, the choice between do I want instant or do I want way more life, like that kind of stuff actually can be a lot more meaningful once you've only got one. So yeah, I think it is a lot better personally.
You have we'll jump ahead to Floss since we're on the topic. You have locked in effectively the fact that there's a mana flask there now, so there's always going to be a mana flask slot. And how does that tie into your design for mana? And are we always going to be using mana flask slot, or if we solve another way, what does it do?
You can absolutely solve another way, and then you'll just have a flask slot that isn't doing anything for sure. But I think it kind of has to work that way because we really don't want. Because like once you sort of start getting into changing that around, I feel like the system sort of starts to break with regard to like the feeling of like I know where mana is, I know where my health is, like that kind of stuff. That being said, we've always got uniques and stuff like that. I believe there's already
there is a unique that allows you to equip 2 flasks.
But the thing is, then that's a build choice that you're making, so it's a little bit different, and that's fine. But I think the system as it works now it's a lot easier.
So it does sound like on the mana side of things then that there are going to be multiple angles of solving mana,
Of course. So we've got Leech, edition number 475 is how it works. And we've finally got it right this time. I think it works, so I think it's good. So I think that Leech will be more common.
I'm not going to have to like crack out the Leech diagram showing the different buckets and things like that.
I was saying, I think that Leech might be... No, I think... I was going to say, Leech is one of the topics in the studio that has wasted the most designer time of anything in the industry. But I actually don't think it's that. I think the actual worst offender is what stats should Dex give you. I think that is like that one is.
Is it giving evasion? Is it giving accuracy?
I feel like that one's never come to the fore. Like,
can you give me an answer?
But no one is happy about giving accuracy. But no one has a better idea than what accuracy that it can give. And then like everyone's going to come up with like in chat a bit. I bet they'll be like saying, oh, it can give this or this, whatever. But there's like, seriously, there's been endless arguments about that topic.
They are, Bolster. They very much are.
Yeah. You've got me thinking about it now.
Yeah.
I mean, speed would be good, but then that's probably too much.
Something like Dex, you just can't.
Dex stacking speed.
We can get all the designers down here right now.
Yeah, I know. But we'll just have it out again. We'll just have it out again.
The longest Q&A of all time.
Yeah.
It's already going to be that.
Sometimes you're just like, you start the day, and you're like, all right, here are the problems we need to solve, and then you're like,
what about?
But then accuracy on Dex comes up again.
No, it's 3 p.m. and we're still discussing dexterity.
Yeah.
So go home. Just make it accuracy again.
Exactly. That is literally how it comes back to accuracy every time.
This is okay.
Yeah.
Rewinding a little bit, we can't forget our roots with Path of Exile 1, of course. So for the PoE 1 enjoyers, what is the plan for PoE 1 during the course of this beta? Is there going to be leagues launching? Is it on the back burner?
Yeah, there absolutely will be leagues launching. Now I don't know the exact date, but the plan is kind of late February. Yep. But I mean, look, it's
late February.
I will admit, Unfortunately, we did have to steal a few POE1 resources just towards the end here, which is kind of been a bit unfortunate. I really wish we didn't have to, but yeah, as I said, we kind of underestimated some of the stuff. But everyone is going to be going back to POE1 again for the February League, and you know, we're going to make sure that we can do that. Like one of the things that was a big problem for our studio when we had a long-term project and a short-term project, is that. You know, you've always had that thing of like you always want to work on the short-term thing.
Yeah.
So now that we've got 2 short-term things coming up, I actually think it's going to be a bit easier to prioritize in some respects because,
funnily enough,
you know, it's just like all that stuff is then, you know, is like coming up soon. So, but we'll see how it goes. But yeah, we need to get that POE1 expansion out next.
Yeah, obviously, you know, I just want to always make it clear that, you know, the reason why things can't be so planned out is, again, we're just releasing this game.
Yep.
Obviously, we pivoted to endgame, and then that needed more resources. And then, of course, combined with the fact that, you know, things obviously change. There are unpredictable things in the environment we can't necessarily guarantee. And then, of course, you have, you know... Christmas coming up and all of that, right? There's so many variables to consider, but we also don't know how much time is going to be invested necessarily or need to be invested into live operations for post-release. How many problems are going to go wrong? How many builds are there? How many of the uniques are broken? How many, you know, and where do all these resources go? There are like just millions of variables here to consider, and so like it can get very, very difficult, especially at this time. But once you release, you have a bit of a grace period, so to speak, where well, more like a period of extreme amounts of fire, where we're putting out fires everywhere. But we have a period where we're fixing everything, you get everything stable, and then we're going to be like, all right, let's recalibrate, figure everything out, and what is our plans, and then establish all of that, based also on the feedback we get from that, you know, period where everything's on fire. Not to make it sound like it's going to be bad, but that is the inevitability. Is there's always problems. And
hopefully, it appears good from a player perspective, but there's always going to be like, oh my god, people found this, and you know, like
we don't have to see all the fires.
So like ideally, the best thing is when we're able to fix some kind of exploit before people even hear about it.
Yeah.
And when I say exploit, I'm just talking about some broken thing. Like if we we're obviously normally have to worry about like the whole mid-league nerf concept, but it's like if you can deal with something within like an hour or 2 of it happening, then it's like you're kind of okay because you know no one had a chance to kind of like everyone didn't swap their build over to it or whatever. But yeah, we're gonna have to be really on the ball for POE2 just because there's so many things that are new.
Well, I mean, look, we have several bosses with several elevators. How many of them can be pushed up the elevator? You know what I mean? Well, that's what I mean. When I say a fire, I'm talking about bosses getting pushed up elevators. Like, that's not okay.
I am liking my mercenary flashbang knockback is very fun.
Right. Yeah, you need to look into that, by the way. The whole flashbang.
I feel like you're going to nerf my build.
Is this when he's finding fires already? No, these are the fun things. Discovering that stuff can be very fun for the players. It's just internally, it's like, oh no, what are we doing? It can get a little bit panicky after release, you know, and it you know, there's lots of things going on. You're like, oh geez, what do I solve first? But obviously, you know, it's the same as POE1. We're good at it at this point.
Got some experience.
Yeah.
Belts. You aren't going to be torturing us with like releasing beta stuff at the same time as POE1 league launches.
Yeah, the plan is to keep them separated a bit from each other so that you know, you get a chance to play.
Don't
with
make me
both
choose.
Yeah.
So we saw a cinematic, to put it lightly. It was that was quite epic, and I know has been cooking for quite some time, and that was pretty exciting. But we've also seen just a lot of story stuff
now to enhance
on a much higher level than previously now. So stepping up your storytelling game here a bit.
Yeah, so we're really wanting to make sure that the storytelling in POE2 is much better than what it was in POE1. Like, you know, there's a lot more kind of I guess like that kind of like stuff with the introductions to boss fights and the outros and things like that, like all that stuff. We've just got a lot more storytelling going in. All of those things. We do have the intro cutscene. There's also some kind of like light, like between the acts. There's these kind of like more kind of motion graphic type cutscenes, just kind of establish things. And there might be some more surprises later on in the game as well. Not in early access, unfortunately. Later on that we can that you can see as well. But ultimately, we just want to make sure that like I think a lot of people who got through the POE1 story had no idea what was happening by the end. And so effectively we want to make sure that is not the case this time around, that people really are able to absorb things. But
guilty.
One thing I will say though is that it's ultra important to us that we don't break the feeling that like when you're playing a second time, that it feels like we don't want it to feel annoying the second time.
We were talking about this morning. About
Yeah,
You
yes.
don't take the control out of the player's
Exactly.
hands.
So yeah, I'm personally a believer of the fact that when you change the camera position for a cutscene, immediately it feels way more annoying. Like, because there's just this whole thing of like if you click on an NPC and like the camera changes position, like sure, when you're playing through the campaign the first time, that kind of thing is like, you know, like that can be cool. But then if you're like you're playing through the, you know, second, third, fourth, fifth time, you want to be able to go to the NPC and go click, 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 and just get past, and without it feeling like you've had to sort of worry about anything. So yeah, like effectively, we want to make sure that it's still that we still have that, you know, because ultimately, you know, we're a game you expect people to play through many times. So ideally, we can kind of deliver both the situation where the first time you play through it, it feels like an amazing story that you're getting, that you're taking seriously, that you're understanding, that you know, there's like all those sort of touch points and you know, little you know, things just all through, while also maintaining the fact that if you know what you're doing, it's like you don't have to go talk to some quest giver just to get a quest. Like you can just go do the thing, you know, without having to talk to someone about it first. So you know, that kind of stuff is really important, just to make the, you know, that stuff work well when you know what you're doing.
Yeah, you said something this morning that stuck with me, where you said like Path of Exile is a game where the player's meta knowledge is allowed and
Yes,
encouraged.
absolutely.
So
So
you're
yeah,
allowed to cheat this quest.
Effectively, yeah. So effectively, there's what the character knows and there's what the player knows, and in our game, what the player knows is needs to be sufficient as far as like being able to progress the storyline. If you don't want to have it so you just talk to an NPC just to find out something you already knew as a player.
Yeah, like if you know you kill this boss, you get the next area's waypoint, so you just like kill it, log out, log in, waypoint, right?
I love doing that.
Meta knowledge.
Yeah. So you explained to me the other day the kind of the context for the beast and how that leads into the cutscene in the beginning of POE2 from POE1, and that I think helped put it in a lot more perspective for me and made me appreciate and understand what's going on with the story.
So effectively, what you're seeing in the opening cutscene is effectively the a new seed of a beast that is going to be is growing. Now, in POE1, you know, the beast was killed. And then what happened in response to that is a bunch of all of the gods in the world were able to, you know, effectively rise again. And you killed a bunch of them, but there are more, you know, in the world. And effectively, you know, we don't want to spoil too much about the storyline overall, but effectively, obviously, someone here, you know, the Count is wanting to harness the power of the beast once again. And then we have the mysterious figure there who is saying, you know, no, don't do this. This always turns out badly.
There was a comment in chat that I loved that was like, "Stop opening Eldritch boxes."
Yeah, exactly.
Why do people keep doing this?
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah, if someone handed you a mysterious orb, wouldn't you press the button?
I mean,
there's a puzzle box.
Yeah, exactly.
What's inside?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, I'm gonna try, but who knows how many hours it's gonna take me.
Indeed.
So we had a fun moment earlier where you were watching it and you were like, "Oh, we really need to rename that passive because he's a Karui and it's a wolf. It's called a wolf.
Great Wolf's Howl. And the Great Wolf obviously being
so he went out there.
Ismite history.
You started telling him.
I stomped out of the room. And I was like, we need to rename that notable. He's Karui. And then I was kindly reminded that actually he was
an orphan who
orphan and was adopted by a Ismite and raised and so yes, there is a mixture of Karui and Ismite background, and I was like,
it works. You were wrong.
Fair enough. I walked back in here all sad and whatever. My bad. It's fine. The name is good.
He looked so chastised when he came back in. But that just like points to the fact that I feel like you're doing a lot more with the characters here.
For sure.
You even mentioned that the ascendancy stuff is going to have an impact story-wise.
So
Nice.
like with
that's wild.
We just think a lot about this kind of stuff. So the acolyte of, and I always get this name wrong. The acolyte of is it Chalula?
Chayula.
I always say this wrong. So the acolyte of Chayula, for example. So that we have this sort of storyline with the origins of the monks, where there's like an order of monks who worship a thing they call the Dreamer, and the Dreamer is actually Chayula. So and they don't know this. So they're effectively worshipping a breach demon. So the acolyte of Triula is effectively you embracing the fact that I'm worshipping a breach demon. I'm just going to go all the way. And you know,
I'm in too deep now.
Yeah, exactly. we're just gonna do it. So yeah, there's a lot of thinking like that goes into these things. Like, you know, what is the history of these people? Like, you know, because I think a lot of that stuff inspires interesting mechanics as well. So for example, on that one, you've got that into the breach skill, which kind of means you're always in a breach all the time. You can see the things going on like that.
Nice
that
full
stuff
house.
I think that there's a lot of cool inspiration there. So coming up with that storyline stuff for that stuff,
There's a couple other little things that I think is cool as well, and hopefully people will notice and pay attention to. So there's one of the bosses that was shown as uses a lot of time or chronomancy, and interestingly, if you are a sorceress and you ascend to chronomancer and you then go to fight that boss, if you, for example, try to use time freeze, the boss is like, that doesn't work on me, and has a dialogue line, and if you cast temporal chains on them, he's like, just puts it back on you, and it's like, and so there's interesting things like that, and it doesn't like change things on a grand scale, right? It doesn't make a certain class not viable or anything like that, but there's just interesting little quirks and quips everywhere. Different bosses have different intro lines depending on what class you're playing. They have different skill lines sometimes depending on what class you're playing.
Yeah, I mean, we've got different dialogue all through the campaign to different classes, like the sorceress is obviously from the Maraketh. When she goes back to the Maraketh, there's kind of a little backstory there about how she was banished originally. So she needs to find a way to she needs to be accepted back into their culture again. Like we've got things like the character we talked about earlier. So the warrior, was an orphan. He was brought up by actually one of the NPCs in Act 1 town, so obviously there's a whole different dialogue there because he's effectively his adopted son. We've got things like that. There's a lot of thought that's gone into just trying to make it feel like all these character classes have some level of involvement with the world. They didn't just come into existence the moment that you.
They've always had that. It's just that they
so,
were
like,
less pronounced, and then you guys started doing more about this around the Vermilion Wildwood, specifically for the Ranger.
That are in each act, like all the things you want to explore, or find, and awesome. But each
And
of them also has a little bit of a little bit of text on them as well. And like, for example, there's one in one of the first areas in the game that's just like a camp of Iron Count guards, and we showed it in a trailer when the Ranger class trailer we did. Whenever it was, you saw the Ranger kill some of them because they were trying to like hurt a child. And the child was just trying to get some food. And the Ranger just like snipes them with arrows and kills them ruthlessly. And so you read this thing and you're like, you hear whispers of an Iron Count, scouting party that was slain by a rogue archer or something like that. So you get these little things where we're like connecting a lot of little dots, and even that you absorb a little bit of interesting little information. You've got other things, for example, when you enter an area, it not only says the name at the top now, it has almost a subtitle text that's giving you a little bit of history. And these little things like somehow make the world building feel so much better. And when you approach certain landmark rooms and you walk into them, you'll get a banner at the top as well, which says what it is and gives again a little bit of a thing. And all these little micro narrative delivery mechanisms like make you feel way more immersed in the world and way more aware of what's going on and way more connected to your character, way more connected to the bosses, to the NPCs. There's a lot we're doing now that we certainly never did before. We didn't even think of before. But yeah, it's
I like
it's
that
awesome.
a lot because like as an action RPG gamer, I don't really care too much about plot, but I do want a really cool world to be blowing monsters up in. Basically, that's like I want the characters to be cool, I want the baddies to be cool, and I want like the things happening around me that like build out a bit of that story without me having to stop killing stuff.
Yeah.
And it sounds like there's more of that going on as well, which is great.
There's
the baddies being cool. I mean, that's that's how we almost designed an ascendancy class in here just before when we were watching that trailer earlier.
Yes. So what you were saying a shadow. You came up with a shadow ascendancy.
Yeah. Internally we had some developers watching the trailer yesterday, getting excited about it, and then I was like, I want to play that. I want to play that character. I want to be that character.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That like kind of Val Thaumaturge type character, and so like all of a sudden it's like we should make that a class, and then we had another guy like suggest it should be a shadow, and so now I'm like, oh yeah, we're definitely, come on, we have to do a Val Thaumaturge like shadow ascendancy, like that's gonna be cool. And you can do awesome things now. Even I know it's hard to see because you hide it under all the armor, but you can do things like you know, with our character classes, just due to the upgrades and models, where all of a sudden now the character can have tattoos added to them and stuff like that is completely feasible in the future. And like, I want to do a lot more of that stuff. Like for the there's little things like for the Warbringer, I think was the class name on the warrior. When you take that ancestral totem node, all your totems now have like an extra blue glow to them, kind of like they're enhanced by this ancestral magic. And what we also want to do is add tattoos as well that like glow blue when you're using certain skills and all that. So heaps of little things that again connect all the culture and all that stuff together and make you feel like, you know, it's believable as opposed to, and this is a character as opposed to this is just a mechanic. And you know,
makes picking an ascendancy more epic. I know that there was a part in the trailer that was like not fully finished where you ascend and it doesn't really do anything, but I know you want it to be like a cool moment where some power goes into you.
Absolutely. We just hadn't finished the VFX yet.
Even the another one, the Blood Mage, when you like, you know, play the Blood Mage, now you get an additive surge on your character whenever you cast spells. You're getting like almost bloodbending kind of vibe going on, and like
drawing it from their veins and sending out a fireball.
It's cool.
Yeah.
It's real cool.
Yeah, you can have like the tattoos get tattooed on them as they ascend and things like that. I mean, that just makes taking ascendancy way more cool, which is already, I think, I almost feel like ascendancy is more important than the classes for players kind of like feeling the vibe of what they want to do with their character.
For sure, because I mean the classes are pretty open. You can play whatever skills, whatever weapons. Sure, you're on a passive tree at a start point, but you know, by high level, you kind of go wherever you want to go. Using jewels, especially getting off-class stuff, you can kind of be whatever you want with the base class.
Yeah.
So eventually, the ascendancy is what becomes more of that important identifying feature, because that's what you have actually chosen that makes you distinct. That another different class wouldn't be able to actually have. So yeah.
So you want to make that super cool. And on that note, I know I was definitely confused. I know people were definitely confused and a little worried about ascendancy and what's happening with that. And people were like watching the Sekima trial and being like, oh, what if I don't like this? Oh, is this another lab again? But I want you to like lay it out as like simply as possible. Like how do you ascend?
Yeah, so effectively in the full game there's going to be 3 ascendancy trials. For early access there's 2, and effectively you can use any of those ascendancy trials to be able to do your ascension.
You choose
which one. And effectively, if you as you get to higher level keys for those trials, that will unlock more points. Like if you do it at certain level breakpoints, that will allow you to get more points for those classes. So if you want to just play the entire, just only the Trial of the Chaos God with to get all your points, then you can just decide to do that. Just play it at higher and higher levels, and you get more points as you go through. If you want to do a mix, that's fine too. Personally, I think people will want.
Are you going to reward people doing mixes?
You might think that you, but even within the trials, there's choices, right? Like, I know that there's always contention around traps, but because in the because in the Trial of the Sekimas you can choose which rooms you want to go to. If you don't want to deal with traps, you just don't pick those rooms, right? Like
you don't go to the gauntlet rooms.
Don't go to the gauntlet rooms. You can just go to other things.
Do the combat ones.
Do the combat ones, and that's fine too. So effectively, it's like you always get to choose like what you're doing there. Like it's funny because like I know traps are so contentious, but also there are other people who just enjoy that stuff. So you know, you want to have something.
But I don't like dying to bullshit that I can't play around.
Of choice, and you can choose what to do and what not to do, and then we're embracing that here now, and that is.
I mean, you're clearly leaning into that now. You have well, I mean, such a competitive advantage in that you have so much content, and even with POE2 that's still going to be the case. So you can lean into that, like making content that is spicier but divisive.
For sure.
And now you're like separating trees and having these things be a little able to be focused on a lot more. And you're doing that with the trials, with the ascendancies. So and you can kind of do all of them and drip feed yourself smaller progression if you want.
And there's also stuff that you're going to be getting from those, like specific rewards and everything that might incentivize you to do that. But of course, on the other hand, if you don't want to do that content, we have full open trade, right? You can just trade for the rewards, and that's fine too. So like that's always part of the.
Yes, like the rewards there. For example, like jewels drop throughout the world. But if you want to get more jewels, you go and run Sanctum. Now, if you want to get the Radius jewels, you do. Well, it's Sanctum. I can't. Trial of the Sekima.
So just for anyone who isn't a Path of Exile 1 player, this is effectively a sequel to Sanctum League that we did in Path of Exile 1. So it's mechanically very similar, but it's obviously a Mariketh, like a Mariketh trial now, and we've changed it. A lot of things about it have changed, and all like the content is new, but it is effectively the same overall mechanic. In terms of that sort of roguelike mechanic that we have.
And it's the same with the other one. You have Ultimatum and POE1 being the theme, and of course now it's redesigned and it's evolved into Trial of Chaos. So yeah. a lot of people in chat would have been spamming ultimatum, and for those who haven't played, would probably be like, "What? I don't understand."
Yeah, effectively, the trial of the chaos of chaos is a sequel to Ultimatum. Which is
and we just have to get used to the new names, which is very hard. But yeah, anyway, the point being, like, of course, and Val Orbs drop in the world as well, and if you want a larger dose of Val Orbs, and, you know, you don't want to trade, feel free to run some ultimatums. Thing is, because they're all item-generated keys as well, it's not like you have to do it right then and there. You can trade the keys away. At any point, you can also buy more keys if you want to farm more of that thing. And if you just want to do it later, just stockpile a bunch of them, run them all at your leisure, you know what I mean? It's like, you have the freedom, they are itemized, tradable, as is a lot in Path of Exile tradition, but...
Well, as is everything, right? We do, the only thing you can't trade is gold. So we're like the exact opposite of most games, where it's like the gold is freely tradable and the items get locked. We're like, the gold is the only thing you can't trade, and every other item is free and open.
Yeah, and that's because you've made gold be this like way to be like, you're playing the game so you have access to this. And
Absolutely.
You don't want to trade that away.
Effectively.
So, how on the ascendancies and the trials, how hard do you foresee getting your ascendancy to be while leveling? Do you expect people to fail out and attempt these things multiple times, and what does that look like if you do?
Well, I failed the first time I did this. The trial.
It is important to know that first itemized key is a quest key, and we have special rules around it that if you do fail, you can just repeat it, right?
Yeah, you changed that recently, because
Yes, I did.
that was something that I didn't actually realize you'd changed. I guess it was a little bit too harsh to require to get another one.
Yeah, you weren't the only one failing it.
Yep.
But yeah, so pretty much you get to reattempt it, and you know, for something like Ultimatum, you know, just to immediately start thinking of exploits. It's like, I can just do 3 of the waves, then intentionally fail, and then repeat them. Well, we've thought of that. Don't worry, you can't. But yeah, the first ones are repeatable. You're not going to be like, you know, oh, what the heck? Now I have to just play to the whims of random generation to ascend like that.
Right.
Yeah. So
it is pretty hard though. Like, it'll take. I definitely don't think you'll do it on your first attempt. But
I did. Not
you
to
did.
brag.
You
Not
did.
to brag.
Well,
I did.
well,
I did
just-
pass on. I was clenched though.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, especially that boss fight.
I was watching. I was watching him do the boss
You
fight.
came
from
by
afar.
right as I was doing the boss fight.
But you had some like kind of powerful boons there, to be perfectly honest. So.
I got 60% move speed. But
Yeah,
that was
you were
part of
like-
my strategic choice.
I was watching you from. I'm like, how is he so fast?
This isn't the POE2 slide.
I was like, what was dodge rolls going across half the arena?
This game's supposed to be slow. Yeah, it was good. It was good fun. I quite liked it. I like mostly like Sanctum. I don't want to do it all the time, but
But you see, Ziggy, most people can't do Sanctum because every single build that isn't minions isn't suited for it.
You got these like 2 roguelike
Auto attack
weapons
skills are
that go into
discouraged,
the
and then you guys
beta.
fuck and punish everybody for making
One's
them
got the honor
paper
system,
thin
which
and
is like
weak.
a separate health, but it's
That's not
basically
fair!
scaled by your health, which I noted as quite
And your defenses
interesting.
now, it can be
And your
fully
defenses-
mitigated and
yeah,
everything.
So fully scaled by your character. You go in a tanky character, you'll be tanky in the dungeon, which is really cool. So
And then with
you've solved
Ultimatum,
that.
and just because people will ask, in Ultimatum there aren't any traps.
Yes.
So that's the
no
thing
traps in
that-
Ultimatum
yeah.
and no honor system in Ultimatum. If
Correct.
you just want more of a pure
Yeah, yeah,
combat
yeah, correct. You can do
experience,
Ultimatum,
then that's your choice. And then there's going to be a third one as well, which
They will eventually.
is a secret for
Yeah,
now.
So
but-
once Act 4 goes in, then we'll have a third trial. So you know, people sort of broadly know that the Kuruia in Act 4. So it's a question of how would the Kuruia ascend.
Is it Toto? Tell me it's Toto!
Things that have been
Tell me it's Toto! I want to kick Kakaroi in the face!
At some point in the past, and how likely that is to be related.
I'm just thinking now, we're just thinking of that Val Thaumaturge class before, and I'm already thinking, like, oh, it'd be so cool if you ascend in Ultimatum. We want the Trial Master to say different lines to you because you're like choosing the way of the Val. I can't stop thinking about all this stuff.
I did hear a few of his lines in some of the gameplay Jonathan was showing me. It was quite good. I love that he's back, the Trial Master.
Yeah, he's cool.
Call him his real name.
Salty sometimes.
Call him his real name.
Taking this power, it seems. So we have the unique rewards from each of them. We got like the, like you said, the jewels are global, but there are unique jewels, and then there are unique socketables from the other one.
Yep.
And is there something planned to be unique from the final third trial that will be added later?
Of course.
Yes, there is already. I know what
Okay,
I'm not
so
going to
there's
say.
guaranteed rewards in the third trial.
Keep some
Third trial
secrets
comes later.
Yeah. Again, I value the discovery.
I
right?
think-
I'm certainly, if I accidentally say it, it is certainly by mistake. But yes, don't.
And that Val Orbs from the
I
Ultimatum
think it'll
in
have something
particular,
to do
is
with the
they seem
Kalgor.
like they're a lot
Because
more
King's
important,
March
a lot
is in
more
the game.
powerful.
I mean, I certainly think.
I'd like to hope so.
Some of the stuff is a lot better with how they work. So So one of the things that we wanted to change was that implicits on items are truly implicit. Like you can't get rid of them; they stay there. And so that means that when you do a Val Orb, the mod that you get there now is an addition to whatever implicit already had, which is obviously good. And then the next one being that you can get plus one socket above the normal limit, which is also kind of powerful. So especially with the soul cores, so that in the Trial of Chaos, you get soul cores that you can't get from anywhere else, and those effectively are mods that are typically a bit beyond what you would normally get. Like
are they
items,
like
whereas
corrupted
runes,
implicits?
which kind of drop everywhere. Those ones are just kind of normal everyday mods that you would expect to find on any
Resists
kind of
and
item.
things
Yeah,
like
just
that.
resists and damage and that kind of stuff. So effectively, the soul cores is is kind of the more end gamey socketables that you might want to be using.
More
And,
end-gamey
obviously
socketables
being able to
means
get plus one socket. I mean, it's
potential
something that everyone will
implicits.
want.
Yeah,
But on the other
okay,
hand, there is that
plus
risk of just bricking your item. So that's the deadly gamble you have as your final crafting step there.
It's they are Val Orbs are more forgiving though. Like,
They are, yeah.
But like if you think about we talked about enchantment, so some slots you might value the enchantment over a rune or a socket slot, right? That probably, especially towards end game, I'd say that's probably going to tilt that way because maybe a soul core contests with it, but the whole point is that there's choice there involved. And then
Is
there's
it really
enchantment,
choice,
which
or
is
is it
talking
just a
about
choice
socket.
until we have a
There's
better
obviously always
choice?
the case of doing nothing.
Because if it's just side grades, it's not going to feel good.
For just say regular rare items, it will re-roll like 1 to 3 modifiers at random. Effectively do a Chaos Orb on 1 to 3 modifiers, not all 6. And as much as that can often be a downside, because if you're using it on a very good item, obviously it's going to take away the good ones.
Interesting.
But if you're using it on a mid item, you can actually turn it very good. Now, I've had this happen. Like when I've been playing, I've got it's just life, defense, double res, and something else that I don't want. And I'm like, I'll just start valing everything because why not? I've got my Val Orbs and I val it and it re-rolls that bottom mod into a tri-res, and now I got a tri-res double defense life helmet, and I was like, yo, awesome. So even that, which can often be perceived as a bad outcome, now isn't going to completely brick your item. And so, for example, if you have a weapon, you got your 3 damage mods, and you got some bad suffixes, it could even be an option, or hopefully it doesn't just remove all 3 damage mods, whereas before it's like if it bricked it often was almost always a brick, right? Like that item is now dead. So.
And then you told me about a new unique result, which I don't know if you want to spoil or not.
100%.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's so cool.
I'm surprised you even got that one past Rishi, honestly.
I mean, he got it made.
Okay, great.
We discussed it. I agree. I agree. I messaged it to him thinking he'll be like, no way, this is unacceptable. But
Just
no,
tell,
he was all for it.
It didn't turn into a dexterity chat.
Yeah.
And so, what it effectively does is it just takes the mod values and it goes up to, I can't remember exactly the values, but let's just say it changes all the values to between 0.8 and 1.2 of what they were, multiplied, but it doesn't care about the minimum and maximums. So, for example, if you had 1,000 life Helm's Heart, you can use this to get, again, this is me assuming it's 20% variance, but because I can't remember what we balanced it to, but you'll be able to get a 1,200 life Helm's Heart, for example. Now that's obviously giving up the enchantment and a socket. Just thinking about sockets on Helm's Heart. I can't remember what we did, but whatever. I think you can actually do that, which is interesting. Ooh. But ultimately, it's like, now I'm choosing, do I want the enchantment? Do I want an extra, 100 something, 200 life, whatever that ends up being, or do I want the socket? So it's quite an interesting choice and adds an extra axis of corruption to unique items that is, I think...
Corrupted divining of uniques. Interesting.
Yeah, effectively, it's divining them, but with higher maximums and lower minimums.
Surely there's going to be some broken things like max res or something like that.
We'll find out.
Cross that bridge when it comes to it. Yeah.
It's fine.
So that was all just talking about the trials, how you actually get your ascendancies. But what about the actual ascendancies themselves? How are they cooking?
I want to know about elements.
Well, they're fun.
You guys changed elements. We need to know about elements.
Try to get what we've tried to do is for the classes we've tried to have one that's a bit more out there.
Yeah.
Something that isn't just like. If you think even about in POE1, you've got the duelist, and you can go like champion or slayer or holy words I don't remember, but you know the drill. And the gladiator. And the problem is like okay, they're all just about like hitting stuff with weapons, and they haven't. There's nothing really out there. Sure, they all sound cool. Like, don't get me wrong, and they can be cool, and they do have differences, but there's nothing that's like kind of crazy. So all of a sudden now, when you're like, sorceress, you're using elemental
I
skills,
don't
and now
really
you can just
care
like,
about
go into this thing that
craziness
can stop
unless
time.
the craziness
You know,
has
it's a little bit
an
more,
extreme high end and an
crazy,
extreme
and you've
down
got
end.
the mercenary, and you can turn
Spellcasters
into
are
a
only going to have to
engineer and
change. You're going to have to have
effectively
something
fuse
that
into your
changes
flesh
between
to,
elemental and void. You
mutate
achieved
yourself,
that with
it's like not just talking
blood
about crossbows
and elements
projectiles over
and
and over and
elements
over
and
again. It's
chaos
like doing
between the witch
kind of
and the monk.
whack stuff. So I really
But you don't
like
gotta
that.
go like,
That's awesome.
yeah,
They're gonna,
use weapons,
make sure
but
every
now
single
he's got
class
magic
has one thing
swords.
that is
Come
like,
on.
definitely out there. And then one thing that's more predictable, more to the expectation of the
Those are
troll,
journal
for
lines.
example, the Deadeye to the Ranger. And but yeah, lots and lots of cool interactions, just cool playing with different mechanics, and we've tried to make them like, for example, none of them call out a weapon, right? None of them. So we're trying to make sure that they're broad enough to be that you might be a ranger going a Deadeye, but playing a caster, right?
Yeah.
Playing spells, like keeping all of that open, that flexibility, that kind of crazy, for the Johnny players, as we call it, out there, who want to just completely experiment.
They are
and figure
indeed
out,
still doing Q&A. Q&As can
most
be very
broken,
long,
weird
Lord.
stuff. And you get things with that when you're still like, okay, I'm a ranger. And I'm using a Quill Rain in one weapon set, spec'd into a bunch of prod speed, attack speed, and in my second weapon set I'm using a Spellcaster Staff with a bunch of projectile stuff, and I'm invested into more spell damage side, and you got a whack tree, and all of a sudden now you're this like Deadeye, Archer, Spellcaster, Mage hybrid doing all kinds of wacky stuff, or like even, or let's say the same build and experimenting with a bunch of triggers, and so you're using your bow as a Quill Rain as a high attack speed delivery mechanism for, laying down a bunch of either CCs or slows, or building up crowd controls, and then you're using the caster stuff, and like you get some pretty clear things going on. And the important thing is, it's not like just like benefiting only arrows or only bow attacks or anything like that. It's broadened now, opens up the world to what you can do. And same, like the Gemling Legionnaire on the, it's entirely just about gem slot skills, support. There's no, you don't have
Hopefully
to
you all can still hear that. I need to hear through that.
And yeah, so that's embracing that and making sure people still, even though we have all these classes, we're embracing that path of exile. You can do anything fantasy that we want people to be able to do. And if you don't want to go with the trope, perfectly fine.
Yeah,
and you'll still be powerful.
It sounds like you're really trying to avoid that thing that we've had a couple times in POE1 where like a certain niche is relegated to one ascendancy. Like that's the only way to go for it. It sounds like it's not going to be the case here.
Well, at least if we're doing our job right, then.
Yeah. And with so many of the ascendancies as well. Got a lot of choices. Originally the plan was to like have all of the POE1 ascendancies available, and it was some sort of weird split campaign stuff and all that. I don't really know at this point, it's a bit confusing. You mentioned Deadeye though, so it sounds like some of them are coming forwards, but is it all just being...
I think it's more about the way... At this point they'll just be different, right? Like, originally way back when we were planning on just keeping the ascendancies as they were and over. But at this point that wouldn't even be good enough, because like it doesn't fit the kind of like Path of Exile 2 way of designing this thing. So yeah, I mean, look, we might have a class with the Deadeye and it might have the same themes, but it'll be like different actual mechanics and different.
Yeah. I mean, even the Deadeye, you got Tailwind, works differently. You've still got an additional projectile. Like there are things that certainly carry over, but it's really easy, and it's honestly been fun just looking at them going like, now we have all these system changes. Look at it and go, here's all the things we want. Yeah. So, like when you only have now the life and mana flask and stuff, obviously things don't work quite the same, but then now you have the charm system, and all of a sudden if
I
you
actually
did
do wonder
that,
if
you
Pathfinder would be cool with that.
Exactly.
About stacking charms.
So it's just, here are 12, eventually 36 classes. It's not really like, here's the POE1 counterpart and they're identical kind of thing anymore, for sure. Too many things changed for that to even be possible anyway.
Yeah, all right. That sounds very epic. We can skip over the flasks and trinkets, as we did cover that very well. So moving into skills, I realized I had many pages of questions here, and then I was like, wait, we haven't even talked about skills here. so much
cough medicine
for us to discover over the course of this beta. How has the list of skills been shaping up overall?
I mean, it's certainly getting there. I mean, look, there are even certain skills that won't even make it, even just within the classes we have. Like, there are still going to be some more skills coming later on as well for these classes, because there are more skills that we got just about there, and just didn't quite make it. And like getting a class finished in terms of the skills you need, like it sort of seems very easy when you come up with, okay, you need like 22, 23, 24, number of skills, something like that, and it seems like
no, I blew a fucking throat out.
But when you actually come up with
and blow it out again,
the way they interact together, the number of prototypes you have to do that kind of don't really work, and you end up not being fun.
But it also helps the cults, yes.
Stuff like you need to make sure that every skill has enough viable supports so that you can actually even recommend to people to be able to do. Then you need things like the passive tree support for all of them. You need to have all of the stuff with like the buff gems for each character class as well. You need to be thinking about uniques for the type of that can work with these things. It's just like there's so many different elements to actually make skills work, and once again, it's another area I think that was underestimated to some degree before, and it does take to actually get that finished, it takes a lot. That's been a total struggle, and we didn't think we would have to have only 6 character classes initially. At the start of early access, we were thinking we would have 8 to begin with. But when it actually came down to actually getting to actually finish something, it just ended up being too much. Now obviously we've got a bunch. I mean, we've got a bunch of work on more of the classes that we've done. There's things there, but it's that finishing work of like making sure that all the systems in the game come together to support, how that works. That requires a lot.
Doing all of that as we're still discovering how we want those systems to work. Like the changes to support gems and all that. As we're also making support gems, as we're making character classes, just can cause things to slow down quite a bit, and then we have to recalibrate and all. It was an extreme amount of work that we certainly predicted poorly, but that was also because we are making all these cool systems to all these changes to all these systems, which are having like immense benefits as well. So, I would say it's pretty safe to expect that as much as you can't play them on day 0, some of those other classes that we have shown in the past, and some of the skills and stuff, there's a lot there, like just not to make it seem like it's shallow or anything, but we will be adding those classes in for sure.
The thing that keeps like surprising me is when you click that all gems tab when you're doing an uncut, there's quite a lot of skills in there, but you initially kind of box yourself away where you think, okay, so I'm playing the mercenary, so I'm just looking at the crossbow skills.
I can't hear a thing.
What if I go look at the elemental skills and then I find flame wall and I'm like, oh, I can shoot my projectiles through that. Okay, cool. I like
should be able to.
Like surface level, because you also have the weapons
the Discord side
that you can actually viably do with the automated weapon swapping.
Okay.
It's not like Toxic where you have to push the button a bunch of times, and you've got the trees that like customize whenever you do it automatically on the fly. So that's like,
I can hear you, but I can't hear a thing in the video, and I don't know why.
Use a sword.
Hold on, let me try something.
That's actually a very cool mercenary vibe, sword and crossbow.
So I mean that stuff is like is crazy. I mean, like in the
no, I still can't hear a thing.
The community guys recorded where they were using the bell skill with the quarterstaff with the rapid shot mercenary skill, and when I saw it, I was like, oh man, that's like a whole other thing. Like that I didn't even know about that particular combo until I saw it in some of the footage they recorded.
I started thinking about that too with like multiplayer. And I was like, I was throwing my gas grenades. Which you can blow up with your explosive grenades, but then I was throwing
I don't know why that is.
Burning ground, and they were blowing up instantly. I'm like, oh wait, so it reacts to the environment. Well, it's obviously going to react to my friends doing burning ground. Then
and somebody was saying it earlier and not now. Something may have happened on your
end. Is the reason why there's going to be crazy builds that we don't anticipate, because
I'll figure it out.
Some of the stuff that can happen between classes, I just have no doubt we will not have discovered.
Like how much co-op have you really been able to test?
I mean, we do test party play all the time. Like, and Mark's like,
but to find all those,
I'm the support character player. Now I'm like freezing, armor breaking, putting down clouds, slow. I'm like, holy, there's just a lot going on.
How about now?
I'm not just standing there like I got buffs coming out.
I'll see it.
It's like you're like. I'm actually doing all this active support and like different conditions to synergize with the
I don't know why.
It's like, okay, you're doing that skill. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do this and enhance my armor breaking and go ballistic armor breaking, and you just spam your thing that consumes it. So you get a lot of that stuff going on for sure. Where, but it's kind of honestly the terrifying part as well, where it's like, what do we have? We had the whole like vulnerability curse with gas cloud ticks or something, and it was like literally applying armor break like every frame, and so you have the monsters going tink tink tink
And then
tink
you
tink
have
tink.
armor
tink.
explosion on there as well.
Yeah, and then you have
probably.
some other thing,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you have some other guy consuming it, and again, oh my god, Quill Rain! Just don't even how many bloody synergistic things with Quill Rain.
You can do a lot with that, eh?
All the lightning arrows on the ground, and because they can, lightning things hit them and explode, and all of a sudden now everyone's running around with Quill Rain, spamming lightning rods everywhere, and
yeah.
And Frostwall. Somehow Frostwall had about 15 abuse cases, and
I mean, that's historically accurate.
yeah, true.
Oh, I hear it now.
Glass frost walls and all that. It returns. It sounds like it's coming back.
It'll be fun. It's cool. Even finding all the stuff so far has been really fun. But yeah, I generally play multiplayer. Most of the alpha I've done is being in multiplayer. Play with other people. It's good to get a lot of that testing in there as well, because not a lot of others do it.
Damn, that's crazy.
And then try and see
What's that?
what we can break.
What horror's talking about in the chat?
Honestly, the thing that's like hard.
I'm pretty
is
sure that'll burn out a guard.
Because you get this thing, which is quite interesting, where you have a staff is both a player and a developer. And I'm of the like, don't you better not keep that something that's I wouldn't say exploit, but something that's OP, a secret, right? You better bloody tell me, because
It's the exact reaction you had earlier.
You were saying people weren't telling you about their good
like you get a
builds.
situation where someone doesn't want to tell you about their build, that's because they're like, oh, Mark will nerf it then.
Like
that's
you're
it.
supposed to be making game,
Exactly.
not hiding your good
I
builds.
legitimately had a Monday meeting, and whatever. I was like, I swear if I see
The audio wasn't
you at the
quite
top of the
matched,
ladder,
but I
I'll
can
tell you
hear
what,
it.
I'm gonna have a talk.
Exactly.
I know you've hidden something from me.
Exactly.
No, I did tell you about my flashbangs and how good
But maybe it's fine. I just wanted them to check.
Well, that's the thing.
know.
No, that is the thing that is hard. No one knows if their thing is actually look, there's a line that gets crossed, yes.
Yeah.
But sometimes you don't know. Is it just I've found something cool and it's powerful, or have I found something cool and it's broken? Those things. I mean, we have to make those decisions, of course. And a lot of the time, what is reported is just fine. And it's like, yeah, you got a good weapon, and you got this combat. You're strong.
If it's supported by items, then it's like fine to be very powerful. But if you're just like, I just pick these skills, and no matter what weapons I'm wearing, I'm just like completely ridiculous, then that's a different situation.
I have one
Now
in
it's
Flame
just a
Wall.
thing that anyone can do at a moment's notice, rather than actually requiring like I have to find this combo of items and things like that. So that's a much different story.
No, we've had a lot of good testing, a lot of good feedback, a lot of good people reporting that stuff, especially in the last month. It's like coming in a lot because as the systems and everything's kind of stabilizing, you start to get a lot more of that, and people are understanding what the difficulties meant to be and what the power of characters is meant to be. As all of that came and started to stabilize, we got a lot more of this coming in, and we are kind of getting more understanding. But again, you'll never find them all. But it's fun, good fun journey.
Support gems have changed a lot. How have you found the changes to them being now having no levels and the restriction of having only one support gem?
I mean, the same thing happened concerning Path of Exile too.
really like how
We were supposed to already be inside of it,
so much more build diversity,
but they delayed it until December because if they pushed forward the way that they were doing it right now, it would have bricked account migrations. And then people would have been pissed, saying, "Where the fuck's my money? I paid X amount of dollars to be in here, and now my packs don't work."
You need a lot of different ways to increase damage.
Sometimes you have to
a lot of
delay.
ways to support different
People are
mechanics.
going to be
If you're gonna
upset, and you have to
something
tell them
like
shut the fuck
freeze,
up and
like,
kick rocks.
If you're
It's
gonna have a
weird.
freezing skill, you need to be able to support that and augment that in like many different ways.
There's
And
an
there needs to be
element
more
of you
options
should
than
have
what
a good
you
PC,
can even.
and then there's an element
In order
of
to
you
have
guys
choice,
should make sure
you
your
can't just
fucking
have
game
five,
runs correctly.
Here's your 5 free
Also,
things,
I
and
think
that's
Stray
all you
Nova
need.
should
You
be
need
out
more than
today.
that in order to be able to have it so you actually have some choices as well.
I'm gonna jack that shit into my veins.
That kind of stuff has meant that you just need a lot of things going on there. But
At least it should
I
be.
think that the
Let me
choices
check.
that you end up with as a player of like, where do I put my model projectiles? Where do I put my PS? Where do I put, like, I think that leads to a lot more interesting decisions with how you build. And 1
hour.
That to me is where a lot of why it just works so much better. And we were certainly hesitant about the whole, you can only have one support per character thing, because it sounds bad if you just hear about it as a player without actually playing it.
You
Like
just
your
hear about
first
a
reaction is you just hear that and you're like, oh, it's just a restriction. And it is arbitrary in some sense, right? There's no like, we can't justify it thematically, really. It just is what it is.
I know.
And so
I agreed
really
too
like
hard.
that
That's
kind
why I
of
got
usually
tired.
because,
That's why I got upset and got
want
annoyed
the
enough
thing
to upgrade
match
my
the
system.
mechanic as much as possible.
And did
In
as
this
much
case,
as I
just
could
made
to
the
earn as
game
much
so
money
much
as I could
better
to upgrade
that,
to a decent
like,
system.
it
I
just
wouldn't have
had
to upgrade
happen.
for at least
So it was a
Arguably,
10-ish years,
if you need to, like,
which
if
was
you
the
end up
hope.
in a situation where you I have to put the support on every slot.
Exactly. That is less choice, and that's the reason why the gameplay is
less
bad.
choice, less interest, and also you may as well just bake that now into the skills and or
100%. And so this is the thing. It is actually much worse to have that because it results in this outcome. But that's a kind of more subtle argument that you have to kind of make to people if you want to kind of convince them that this is actually the right way. Because when you tell people, oh, there's this restriction, it doesn't sound like what they're getting out of that is more choice. It sounds like they're getting less. But the reality is it is actually more choice because you no longer have mandatory here's the 5 mandatory things you have to put on the skill. It's there's actually much more going on.
5 copies of void manipulation
helped realize
at the same time.
Experience on the Mercenary that your vision of having all of these skills available to you and them actually being worth using.
For sure.
Because if you had all the same support gems, I feel like you just pick the one that does the most damage and you make it do the most damage, and that's the only skill you use.
Yeah, and I mean, the great thing is now it's completely reasonable to have a skill in your character that you just use occasionally, right? Every 5 minutes you might have a situation where you need to use that, and that's actually fine and completely reasonable.
Yeah, so I'm playing a Grenader,
Having
and I
a
would
slam
be like,
skill,
okay, I should
having
go
a boss
use
or killer
this grenade
skill
normally.
in the form of Vol skill, if Vol
because
skills haven't made a
this
good
grenade,
return.
or maybe this one that does interacts with it in some way, the obvious combo. But now I'm actually there's a reason I could use those lightning ones to apply shock, because I have all these shock support gems that I'm not using anywhere else because I'm using the damage and the LMP on my big damage dealers. I can put the shock things on there, and I can actually have a shock setup. I can incorporate that into my build.
100%.
I can incorporate poison into my build to strip their armor and whatnot. And
maybe you only use that
occasionally.
occasionally when you face something that's got heavy armor,
Yeah,
but it's
exactly.
it's that kind of stuff I really
situational.
want to be viable, and that situational stuff I think just makes the game way more interesting.
It's really feeding into the flavor of the mercenary as this prepared kind of fighter who has all these tools at their disposal as well. You're oh, I have this grenade for if I get into this situation, and this grenade for this one. It's so good.
Yeah, nice.
I love it. I've a couple of questions here. People definitely have been asking about Vile skills and transfigured gems and stuff and like that. I feel like this sort of thing doesn't make sense at launch exactly.
Yeah, because ultimately, if we were going to add something like that, it would make sense to add it just as another skill. So at this point, there's no real reason to do that. That kind of stuff comes in when we want to have a specific reward system somewhere that wants to be able to do that, and so we don't really need to do it right now.
If it's not already the trials and the trials of chaos, then I don't know what the fuck you're going to put those, bro.
I think for Vile skills especially,
is this going to be your delve problem? Am I delving for fucking Vol gems?
If you're looking to be
it better not be.
The reason why Transfigured was nice
Fuck all.
We got to sort of iterate on a bunch of different themes around the same skill, which obviously at this point we don't need to do that because we're already just having to make. You're still adding the skills, you know what I mean? So
actually,
all the
it
iterations
might be worse than that. It might be incursion.
Thing. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure we'll be doing more stuff like that in the future. We absolutely will be.
Do you know how many skills roughly you have / are going to end up with?
I actually don't know the number off the top of my head, but what I will say is that we initially, I think when we announced what the full game would have, we said 240.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we're actually nearing that. I feel
definitely it's going to be way higher than that.
Yeah, because I think we're nearing that now when we've only added half the classes. So I think that means that there's going to be a lot more than that.
100 of them or whatever are some little utility skill or whatever, but there's even if you discount for those, it's
I know that's a lot.
You got what
because there's 20 to 25 for each of those for each class. So just with 6 of those, I'm terrible at math in my head. But I feel like that's 120. Well, let's say it's just a bit over 100 and
it's 130 for each.
End up around there, 120, something like that. I think probably 120. Around there, like that. But then you've also got all the buff gems as well, and each character class has 9 of those. So that then sort of adds up. So you've already reached probably 200 just by the time you've got to there. And then it doesn't even count things that really are skills, but are not. You don't get them via a skill gem. So we're talking about all the ascendancy little skills, and there's uniques that have little skill things on them.
All staffs, wands, and scepters have a skill
exactly,
baked
right?
in.
We're not even counting that, right? Because the staffs, wands, and scepters have skills built in.
Yeah.
And then those are that's another. How many of those? There's 20 of those probably.
Yeah. I mean.
If you add them all up,
I don't know who remembers all these things.
I know, but there's no one has counted recently. But there's a bunch.
Countless skills.
Ascendancy classes with skills.
True. Tons.
Yeah,
there's tons.
Yeah. And those skills, by the way, ascendancy class skills are fully supportable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild, because I remember you did the thing with default attack where you can support that now.
Yep, you can support default attack, and you can support any skill that comes from something.
That one caught me by surprise. I was like, oh wow, you can actually link those up.
Dungeon Claw is now in early access.
End up with quite a lot
2 games went on
there.
I
was even surprised when I was like, oh, I can add additional accuracy to Herald of Ice, and it provides a buff to my character. I can Add buffs through support gems.
Well, you know why that is though, because those things like heralds are so hard to find like a good set of supports to recommend.
Yeah,
so we're like, damn it, we have to come up with like tons of these now. They're
I like
really
that. I like
difficult.
that idea though. You can like create a custom aura.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
So yeah, it's that actually means it's actually nice because part of the it means that you get the feeling of having more aura effects on your character without having to have the spam of actual auras that many characters had in POE1. Like you get to kind of have all that stuff as well. So that's been really nice.
Thanks for the invisible aura MTX. Well, it does remind me though. So with all the this is very off topic, but with all the very good teasers you've been doing for like new 3D art for uniques and stuff like that, have you had any thoughts about reworking the skin transfer MTX in some way, making it more permanent?
Honestly, it's not in our thing about stuff we're thinking about. You know, like it'll work the same way it works for now at least. But obviously, skin transfer in POE2, there's a lot more cool base art.
Yeah,
that's
going to make people actually want to use it now.
So yeah, you'll probably be using that a lot more.
So yeah, it'd be cool to see something for that in the future potentially. So onto the end game, which was I feel like a big bulk of the announcement
for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, because most people can't fucking deal with not having an
just as like
in-game announcement.
An overview. So we have the end-game versions just for beta launch, by the way.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be a lot more later.
Yeah.
We have the end-game pinnacle versions of the two trials.
Yep.
So as like fully farmable content. They don't have trees though. Those ones.
They don't have trees, but they do have a progression system of some kind. So you've got the relics, in the Sanctum.
Yeah, the progression for relics, which is going to be an annoying system of Sanctum. Lord knows there's going to be challenge versions.
Inscribed ultimatums.
Inscribed ultimatums. If they keep the same variances, they're going to have different.
So when you kill the final.
What's the word they used?
The
Tribulations.
final boss of that.
And that's going to be an annoying system in and of itself, but it doesn't look like you have to have the sacrifice item anymore for an inscribed ultimatums challenge.
He'll drop items that can then have mods on them to make the trial itself harder. And there's also some pretty interesting ones on there that we actually were going to put in the video, but it was starting to get a bit long. Which was that you've got the thing which where you've got the bets that you can make of like put up 13 exalts, and then you might get double that back.
Never mind, they do have
things. So those are some of the mods that can spawn on there, and as well as mods that make the actual trial harder as well. So there's things like that as well. So yeah, those two have those kind of like different outside the atlas because they're not really part of the atlas. Like you'll get keys for them while you're playing in game, but technically speaking, they're kind of like they scale to end game, but they're not like sort of part of the whole atlas. Like play them there.
Yeah, so they're their own distinct endgame too.
Exactly.
So there'll be 3 roguelike dungeon things that will be
sure.
Like
I wouldn't say 3 roguelike dungeons. I will say there will be 3 trials that have various mechanics that could be.
But they're roguelike.
Yeah. But they're
roguelike.
Got the 4 kind of what I guess would say sort of. I don't. We actually need a name for what are we calling the things that are icons on the.
They're having tech issues again.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense to call it a league exactly. That is what we call them internally. We just call them as like there are 4 leagues that you have that appear there.
Doesn't really work anymore, does it?
Because bonus content doesn't hit as well.
Right
Yeah, we'll need to come up with a name for
probably
that.
have actually named it. I just don't remember what it is.
Right.
I got a good name for you.
The kind of boss
map
hunting
inscriptions
as well, and then the kind of I guess what you would say is the pinnacle of the kind of boss hunting thing is then you've got the cities with the lieutenants and then the Uber Act bosses, and then above that you have the pinnacle boss who we don't want to spoil. Although I did show you a little bit about it just in private before, but yeah, that's that one's
going
to be hard.
Ziggy's content.
I know you're cooking up some pretty difficult mechanics there.
Yeah, it's fun. That's the fun stuff.
Yeah,
because now you don't need to worry about if people can't.
They're still having stream issues.
Progression blocker. You can just kill them.
Yeah. It's a progression blocker to difficulty to the higher difficulties though, because once you kill that, of course, then you get the increase of the difficulties, and then it's like, okay, now try it again, but way harder, and then and then there's four levels of difficulty for each of those for each end game system like that.
So yeah, like apart from the trials, the end game trials, everything has like its own distinct passive tree, and progression through them is also by doing them.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So we really wanted to prevent the situation where you feel like you
had to allocate passive points on the tree to actually be able to access the content.
You're wasting the points that you've got.
Yeah, the lock-in.
And we kind of band-aided that in POE1 by adding multiple Atlas trees as a way, but I think the solution is much better, where effectively you can progress all of them, and you can either do like just all in one for a while, or you can just like do each of them as you come to them, and just add them kind of piecemeal. But either way, however you want to do it, you can make progress on your character character. Well, I should say in your league for all of those, because the progress.
Here's the
stuff,
problem.
Of course,
here's the problem.
The league, not just for a single character.
If you are doing this in such a way where map trees
very much so
now
to
are going to be
make sure
towards
that we were
non-blasters,
doing the type of content that we wanted to do.
how are
Yeah,
blasters
so now it's not so
and
much about
bossers
finding the
going to be
content,
able
that's
to
what
bridge
tablets
this
for.
divide?
Now it's more about improving your ability to sustain effectively. Like you're going to want to have those points to sort of get sustainability for the next.
Stop lagging! Stop lagging!
You want to make sure that there is sustain if you're doing, engaging with those mechanics well.
Yeah.
But effectively, you do have to actually to get sustain at higher difficulties. You will need to be able to, be making smart choices in terms of allocating and using the tablets correctly and that kind of stuff. It is part of that sort of story of all of that. Yeah, that's kind of the main thing with that.
Yeah, this idea of sustaining the content you want to do by doing it is a little different to how it's been in POE1 a lot of the time, where it's like
which has been always having to fuel it through a sextant or through a
I mean,
scarab.
you're still doing maps ultimately, in terms of
which still brings us to our scarabs in the game.
Doing the content that you that you want to do, you should, and as well, and making it harder. So your build has to be good enough to be able to sustain it. Then you will be able to sustain that stuff. And if you want every single map to have a breach in it, that's absolutely doable.
Don't worry, Buster. No one's holding it against you.
Using the tablets correctly.
Yeah, so the Atlas passive trees and the trees for each of the distinct types of content is about scaling the reward and difficulty.
Remember,
primarily.
it pays to get it right than trying to get it first.
And what does I saw on the
stop lagging, Ziggy! Ziggy!
breach nodes, it said increased difficulty. What does that mean?
Probably means
it's
zone area
arbitrary
+1
and asymmetric, but it will feel like. For example, some of the difficulties will actually change the boss's skills and how they work. Generally, they'll increase the level of the area, right? So you get the general monster and life scaling, but arguably to a player that's arbitrary as well, because they don't know how that scales.
Well, you have to teach us, but that's another layer that people are going to bitch about.
Yeah, it might be more of certain monster types, less of others, and stuff like that. It is generally, so the small nodes will increase difficulty of the meta content, whereas the notables will increase the reward of the in-map content. But when I say difficulty, that is reward as well. So an example of how this works is
base items.
Let's say the boss has 6 uniques it could drop, or 5 or 6 uniques. It can drop 3 at difficulty 0. Then at say difficulty 1, it can drop, maybe has increased level or higher item level, some rarity. Now also that when I say rarity, also do note rarity does increase the grade of items, not just making them yellow or orange. It does make them better yellows or better not better oranges.
Right?
But it does affect. Yeah, it affects other things about items than just the rarity.
Yes. And so, when I talk about just getting rarity here, I don't want people to, and POE1 players in particular, to think, they're just going to go from yellow to more yellow. So anyway, and, maybe the next tier will add a unique to the pool, like a more, what we hope will be
uncommon,
more valuable unique.
More
and
uncommon.
Then the next one can do a bit more rarity, something else maybe, introduce a different unique perhaps, and then the last difficulty introduces something ideally, without giving away exact specifics of them, more in the line of a
build enabling unique
item, say like Megalomaniac or like Forbidden Flesh and Flame from POE1. So
yes,
a unique
build
item
enabling
uniques, ideally very powerful, very chase, but has a lot of different combinations. Watcher's Eye is another good example, right? So a new series of jewels is a good example. There are other uniques that are modular and stuff, and that comes in at the last tier. And so you want to really be getting to that hardest difficulty so you can be getting these farming for these extremely good, powerful, unique items. But of course you have the thing, if you're never ready for it, if you try it and you're like, oh, this is too hard, you can always just respec the nodes.
Yeah, you can unspec them away and then not, just effectively decide I've got these points, but I'm not. I want to go back and do this later. And so that ability to effectively configure the difficulty like that, I think.
So if you're maybe target farming one of the uniques, the difficulty 0 drops, you might want to just be like, I'll do that.
You don't want to increase the difficulty. You increase the chance to make the content stable. If you want to farm the higher levels, but you're willing to potentially risk bricking yourself until you get more, then you do that.
to make that more difficult without necessarily having to, like because we could have been like, oh, you know, you increase difficulty, it's like 200% life or something like that. But by effectively being a bit more vague about it, we can actually like specifically tailor the difficulties.
Yeah,
something wrong with
tiers, like, you know, with more specific changes.
Yeah, this like multiple.
Or is it just the stress over the culture war?
Kind of thing. So yeah, whatever we feel works best for making this particular fight more difficult.
It seems like there's a lot more for players to kind of discover experimentally there as they progress.
For sure.
In what ways they're getting harder, and that it's going to be different for different players too. Where like
I
a different
understand.
build is
I
affected
also
by a different
apologize.
percentage, more so than
Potentially.
others.
Potentially.
And that's an interesting question as well. I think where how much are you guys pitching
Yes, you did.
these sorts of distinct end game?
I kind of forgot. I'm sorry. I'm creaming myself in my head right now.
Build, or by encouraging players to make it
That's a statement.
better at certain
So this is a very difficult one, and it's something that we've discussed a bit recently. Is like the hard.
God! John, stop freezing! You Kiwi bastard, you get back on here with this right this instant.
How do you make the hardest content, the less builds will be considered viable by the players? Because effectively, like, a build's only viable if it can defeat, like, you know, the pinnacle boss at difficulty 4. Like, that will be kind of the general perception. So we have to be really,
Because
like, I
people are
actually don't
lazy.
know necessarily what the right answer here is.
Yeah.
Like,
The answer is every
have the
build
ability,
should
I
be
mean, maybe you
capable
feel
of
like
getting
you
there,
do,
but the scaling that they have to take to get
wouldn't say
there
I'm
needs to
100%
go through
confident
different
on
ways
but,
to
like,
get it.
You know,
I should not be able to just
I'll
kill a
have a
boss
go
with
at
a
it.
weapon
There's
build,
going to be
kill a boss with
iteration
a
here because
spell
what we'll
build,
see
and
is,
say
like, you know, if
the
we
spell
find
build is
that,
better
like,
because
you know, there's
scaling.
only like some
This is what we're supposed to be solving, John.
Abusive stuff is possibly able to defeat the hardest content, that we might have to dial it back a bit.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a bit of experimentation, and it's very hard at this point to be able to pitch that because we don't have the crazy history. You know, POE2 does not have the history of POE1 to be able to, you know, to know kind of what is the right life value to have on a difficulty 4 pinnacle boss. Like, how do we even know that at this point, really, without, you know...
That being said, though,
We
like,
don't have to worry about
bosses
that.
are a lot more...
Scissorin will figure that out.
Right? Like, at the end of the day, the gear is, to some degree, necessary because no one can really make no mistake for some amount of time. You know, so you do have that thing, and you do need to mitigate certain things. But like a lot of these are like very dodge roll tactical, or using certain skills or mitigation tactics or whatever. There's heaps of different things to bypass the things that make them hard, for sure. But I would say it is very much a lot of skill is involved.
Mechanics. Say the
when it
word.
comes to some of these
Mechanics.
dodge
People
rolling,
need to
like,
have
I'm trying to
mechanics.
emphasize that
They
quite
can't
a
just
bit.
hold down the
Or
left mouse
blocking,
button.
you know, if
They
you wanna
actually
do
have to
anything about
dodge.
it. Not to say you must
Dodge,
block, but
yeah,
yes, dodge is a
roll
very
and
key mechanic
dodge.
here, and I'd say we're certainly upping the emphasis on using it and using it well as you get into these higher tiers. But gear is always a way, and combinations of uniques and passive tree and builds is always a way to go, I'm not good at dodge rolling, I'm going to gear around that skill check and become strong enough to defeat the boss.
You know, or another skill, like some sort of skill that helps you block.
Or
shield block,
using
or...
skills in the mix is fine. But I would say pretty generally you can take. I'd say any decent character, you get you gear up all the way, and as long as you're good enough, that is a way to defeat them. I would say there's no real hard requirement on doing something crazy niche or out there or complicated.
You're certainly not going the route of like, oh, this boss is fire immune or something.
Oh no.
Thanks.
No.
If a boss was fire immune, we'd be screaming, I don't want to go back to D2.
So this very cute.
Then we would never do that.
This infinitely expanding civilization map-esque atlas, which I know you're particularly fond of, Jonathan.
Yep.
What's kind of the idea here? Like, is the layout the same for everyone? Is it the same across the league?
It has to be the same. It has to be the same.
But the layout is different for everyone. It is random.
Yeah. Okay.
So you're gonna have to find stuff. Like, it works like Delve in this respect, which is obviously a league that I was particularly a fan of.
Yeah.
I'm still really.
It's
what
the
I
end
really
game,
wanted is
except
I wanted
it's
a feeling
Delve
of
map.
exploration
Kappa.
In the Atlas, and it's something that we sort of tried to do with the Atlas and POE1, with that feeling of kind of, you know, having the connected areas and exploring, but it didn't feel like exploration in quite the same way that this does.
Yeah.
That's the feeling I
So you
love.
brought back fucking Shaper League-esque maps, where we have to go through
that's,
fucking
you know,
regions.
Kind of where this was coming from.
I mean, it's not horrible, but bro, come on.
It's sort of solving.
You guys are killing us with this shit.
Hardware. One of the things that's really cool to do is to be able to have things like, okay, like in this area you've got like this item drops and like that kind of thing. You know, like I guess in POE1 you had div cards, but yet there was always a problem where if you have
target farming.
differences between in-game areas in a system that works like POE1 does, then effectively that's the only map people like whatever the best map is, that's the one everyone will run like continuously forever. So effectively, we wanted to try and make sure that you actually like had an experience that had more variety while still retaining the whole like I get to play the content that I want. So ideally with the Atlas,
but this means that you have to now shift target farming into something else. So instead of target farming divination cards, if divination cards aren't in the game, we now have to target farming.
But because
we have to target farm content to produce the item that we want.
Move on and do it and find another one.
That's removing levers.
Like you know, like
that's removing player choice.
One map again and again and again. But
that's
yet
the
the
sin,
content,
John.
you know, can be added to it.
Jonathan,
if you like the
I desire my lightning coil.
There are biomes and you can see them from far away. You'll be like, okay, I know there's a particular desert map that's great, so I'm going to go for deserts, and that's fine. You can do that kind of thing. So you know, like you've both got controllability, but also you know, the ability for us to kind of make more variants.
You get a lot more very high satisfying spikes.
Yeah.
Where like for example, you get more variables where you just have there are like 4 towers really. You got a good tower cluster. And you've got really good maps in that range. So like
there should be no such thing as really good maps.
In Path of Exile 1,
if
for
maps
example,
don't have map bosses all the time, there is no such thing as really good maps. They're just
the
maps.
ranges effectively say
they're empty clusters, and I color them as I want.
Say 350
and if there's
monsters
one that has a map boss,
monsters,
then we're talking difficulty.
Whereas the range here is like 300 monsters up to like 1,500 monsters, you know, much more drastic range. Now those numbers are arbitrary, but it is approximately the representation of the range.
If you tell me there's 1,500 monsters in the map and you give me the ability to triple juice experience on them, I will
that are like
nut in your face.
extremely good with delirium.
Don't lie to me like that. Don't lie to me like that.
That are like way bigger
I like
with
getting
something
10
more
levels
like
on a map.
Breach.
Don't lie to me like that.
Delirium enhances the monsters of the map, whereas Breach
Get me
entirely
all
adds
excited.
monsters. And you will
take
even
my
have things
sweatpants
where
off.
there are maps that are like way more magic monsters, way more rare monsters. And so you probably want that with, you know, pick your league of your choosing and whatnot. You have all these variables that are at play, and so you all of a sudden find a really good set of towers with some really good maps and radius, and then you'll get really good tablet modifiers, and then you'll get really good maps with really good prefixes.
Full sextant juicing is what you're describing to us, sir.
And you obviously instill them all, and you corrupt them all. And there's the corruption influence.
We didn't show that,
and so then there's the corruption influence on them. And it's like, okay, like...
It is possible for there on one map to be many mechanics stacked to the point of
Omega juicing.
So it sounds like the juicing is definitely there.
Well, yeah, I mean that's important, right? I mean, like that's part of the POE experience. But, yeah, for 100%.
But how much control do you have as a player though over min-maxing your just exploration of the Atlas map?
We shouldn't.
So effectively,
that's the problem.
Better in some way.
So effectively,
we can't though, Ziggy.
Towers are where you do.
That was the problem with Shaper tiles. We didn't get to choose. It was random.
It's quite open, so like you can
it just happened.
Things pretty well. Yeah. Like if you you can certainly see a lot more maps than what you play, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So because of that, like you know, choosing what you want is easy to do.
And you can kind of see the towers in the fog.
Yeah, so you can see the towers in the fog from a distance, which means that you know, like a lot of the time it's like, you know, go to a tower, you'll see some maps you want to play, you go play those, then it's like the next tower is just a few other maps away. Go to that tower, see the next area, and so on.
I'm guessing that's like a certain range out you can see.
Into the fog. The fog kind of in 3D kind of the fog's actually a 3D thing, and it rises slowly as you get away from where the thing is. So that's how you kind of get the towers to.
Oh. So you might see a cluster of towers off somewhere. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that.
It sounds like this is like potentially an infinitely expanding map that is going to be played into someone's league quite big.
Yes, Ziggy. That's what Delve is, Ziggy. Come on now.
For finding specific maps.
Stop throwing softball questions to the new players and start telling us some real shit.
And it like goes to your last map round, one that goes back to a home base, and one that goes to some of the special, you know, more iconic things you find. But this, we certainly need more. 100%.
However, it cannot be understated that the Shaper system that they're going for is extremely unique.
Who knows?
The ability to use the 3D dimensions of the map to scout out power clusters
which obviously
actually great. But the problem is that this means it's going to be hard to spot.
It'll make the map stash tab a little easier to manage.
Yeah, so have you thought about like what sort of, I don't know, economic consequences that have for like how players progress through maps? Is it easier to do when you don't have to collect all of these individual maps to get the completion bonuses and stuff like we do currently? Like we have that whole, you know, hunting down over 100 maps to get completion for.
I mean, yeah, now you're hunting, you know, you're hunting certain valuable maps, you're hunting towers, you're hunting content, you're hunting, the...
Don't say content, you're defining content by itself.
To get the pinnacle.
Yeah.
We're hunting
you're
map
hunting
bosses,
unique maps,
we're
very
hunting league
different thing
mechanics,
for sure.
we're hunting
as
opportunity
opposed to-
chances,
and the item is all
we're
around,
hunting
I've just got
juicing
a key,
opportunities,
I just want good
we're hunting
modifiers, there's not really all the
upgrade and
other
crafting
variable to it.
materials
So there's
to
still a lot
augment
of
our crafting
interesting choice and
opportunities on
access,
metacrafts.
but we've taken it from the item
And
and
if
put
we
it
get
on
things
the actual
inserted like
world map.
bestiary,
But it's
we're
it also
hunting
makes you just feel like you're traversing
alternative
you're not
metacrafting,
instantly like
especially
finishing
if
the
you're talking
campaign
Harvest.
very grounded, and now I'm
Like,
in
I haven't
space.
seen anything about
You know,
Harvest,
like,
I haven't
Path of
seen
Exile
anything
does
about
that.
Wildwood.
I only
It's only been
just
mentioned
thought
in
about that.
lore.
I was going to ask about that. So, the mapping system was always this like extra dimensional kind of unknown thing. It's pretty interesting, but it is a little
So
weird.
we wanted to start with to actually like at least. I mean, look, I'm sure we'll get to the extra dimensional beings eventually, but at least to start with, we wanted to have a bit more grounded initially.
Yes, you're on the planet.
Yeah.
Right, you're in raid.
On the planet. That's like a good thing. We have become a sci-fi crazy, but yeah. You haven't gone to the moon yet.
Yes, not yet. Well, even then we were saying like, can we at
You haven't gone to the moon. Trick question. The boss is the moon. The moon is an egg.
Well, actually, how many moons are we don't? There's a whole complicated thing we need to figure out there.
Wow. I feel like there's a delve but up league coming. All right. So we've got this 1 in 4 maps is boss maps, and then that means the other 3 are not boss maps.
Yes.
What does a non-boss map look like? How do you win it?
So effectively, what you need to do is kill the rares in the map to remove the corruption and finish it. Once you get down below 50 monsters, it will point out any rares that are remaining.
Den of Evil.
I was worried
but
about that.
honestly, I wouldn't expect that to even be necessary most of the time because the layouts are kind of designed so that if you generally speaking you want to clear the maps to find the rares anyway because those are the one those have good drops and effectively the only reason that you would need that marker thing is just occasionally you get some slightly weird degenerate layout where there's some side bit you didn't notice or something like that, and then that's where you have to go. So generally speaking, you'll be able to make your way around and kill them all.
The goal of the player is you're cleansing corruption from the world, you're bringing order back, stuff like that. So you even get the thing on the map where you're like...
Please be very careful with the words you're using here, sir. Those words have capital
map,
letters at the beginning of them.
It's purged away.
Don't tell me I'm working for a word.
So you feel like you're reverse painting the map a little bit. And
you're
you're
cleaning up.
It can actually be quite satisfying as you're like changing all the nodes from one color to another. And you're like, yeah, this is fun. I'm like,
But ultimately what we wanted to do is we wanted boss combat in POE2 to matter when we have it.
Yeah.
And so in order, like if you have a map boss every area, then if we made it so the boss combat mattered enough, like in order to actually balance it that way,
stressful.
It's too much. Like it actually is like, you spend too much of your time fighting bosses.
Yeah.
So effectively, if that's what you want to do now,
more accurately,
you can do it because
by making it more about having normals, trash mobs, and rares.
Because, obviously
you make it so that blaster mobs are not being held back by a broken ass fucking boss.
If you want to
and a map becomes notorious as a skip until you're so strong you can actually kill the boss with your higher scaled level after you're 86 plus, rather than the beginning of the mapping experience.
Because of the fact that there's not
so you prevent
every area,
a Crimson Township situation,
the fight is substantial, you get a lot
or
of that actually is something
burial
they
grounds.
Their own tree.
And what? Oh yeah, no, right. You mean the
Which is a lot better.
Tree. Yes, there's a tree.
And it's more preferable.
Sorry, I thought you meant every boss had its own tree. And I was like, geez, did you do some design while I wasn't looking?
Not yet.
Josh was like, no, wait, stop.
Yeah.
It's too much.
Jeez.
That's like a year 3 feature.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind. Yeah, so there's actually like I do love that there's a boss hunting because I'm super into that. There's a boss hunting tree that you can fill out as well. So how do you get points on that? Like
there should be like hunting down rogue exiles.
You get a lot of points for the core tree. There's a core tree that affects all mapping. That all of things like pack size, quant rarity, and you've got multiple keystones that all can work together and all can. So I think there's 3 of them. One plays on like corrupted maps. One plays on like prefixes and suffixes, and I can't remember what the other one does right in this very moment. But you obviously get that core tree, and then you have a boss tree, and then obviously all the different league and pinnacle content trees. So you get those points by
Stranova's in less than an hour.
It just has a
which means it's probably at 6:30 or 7.
And effectively it's like you complete 10 maps, you get your first 2 points, and then like complete X maps and one, goes up the chain.
But of certain tiers, like
basically at least tier 1, at least tier 2, at least tier 3.
This is the tier climb, effectively, where it's like as you get up the higher tiers and clear maps of certain tiers, that's when you start getting points for the Atlas.
At like maybe say the third one, I can't remember the exact specifics. It's like complete this and defeat a boss, and then later it's defeat at least 5 bosses at something, and so killing bosses get generated.
It sounds way better for fresh starts. I'm not having to like go and get that estuary map that I missed or something. It's
yeah, for sure.
I'm just doing content.
But it is kind of the analog of that in a way, because like it's that feeling of like I've got a system to progress through. Like I need to beat these objectives, and
definitely got a lot
and
of
I'm getting from that you're getting the the Atlas passive points and so on.
Cool.
So yeah, that's kind of the idea.
Yeah, so you can really like focus in on map blasting with the bossless maps and or on bossing content if you want to, or on breaches, or on
and you can always put
ritual.
a breach on a map with a boss, right? You can do both.
Yeah, like they can have all you can have every type of content in one map if you want.
Yeah, is like a boss map a kind of like a distinct thing from like a regular map in terms of like the layout or the thing you've done?
Technically they are separate, but generally speaking,
like similar.
Yeah, they're basically the same.
They're pretty similar.
They're pretty similar.
So there'll be like a boss estuary and a non-boss estuary.
Yeah, there are some cases at the moment where there are some maps that can't have a boss, and because we haven't done the one that would go here is not in early access yet, and that kind of thing. But effectively, as I said, generally speaking, it'll be 1 and 4 that you'll find.
Okay, excellent. So I think that covers. Did I miss some things from? You've got like all the smaller contents, like the song boxes and essences. And things like
so
that
initially
we
actually had a design where everything, like even all the smaller content, there was still going to be icons for it on the tree. On the Atlas.
Yeah.
But we actually found that it meant that when you were actually exploring, it felt like there was nothing random to find. So we wanted to make sure we also have kind of just completely random stuff that like doesn't have a progression system that you just run into randomly, because that's fun too. And we'll probably be adding more stuff like that as well over time. That's just like I randomly encountered this, and that was like not expected. So
is that sort of stuff on the core Atlas tree at all? Yeah, so you can kind of like see more of that if you want to.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great.
And often mods on the items as well. On keep waystones.
Yeah, cool. Yep.
Lots of different names. Maps, waystones, same thing.
Yes, I've had to keep kind of correcting myself about that. I was like, I don't know.
I mean,
guess
look,
really
internally,
we
we definitely call them maps all the time. The thing is the only reason why it doesn't make sense thematically is because a map does imply it's of a specific location, whereas a waystone can take you to anywhere.
Yes.
So that's the reason why the name change had to happen. But I think that probably even players will probably just call them maps, I bet, just because, that's the POE1.
So we've got the Breach, Delirium, Ritual, Expedition, those like leagues that maybe need a new name.
Yep.
Is there another one that you're just both personally really keen to bring back in the future?
Oh, I mean, like I've always wanted to have Delve again, but I kind of got a bit of that wish with this system.
Yeah.
It's also a very like content heavy league to make, because you need to make tons of encounters, and doing it properly is a huge thing. But I mean, look, I love Incursion as well. It's one of my favorites. Like I'm keen for that. I don't know if there's anything other than that you're really keen for.
There's a lot, especially because there's a lot we can do with all this new art, new monsters, right? Like, for example, if you just take Legion had all those 5 civilizations. We've now got an entire new array of Vile monsters, Vile bosses, etc. that we can use as a baseline. We've got way better consistent direction on what's going on there, heaps of stuff, new animation, and the capacities are just like out of control. But then you've got Incursion, we've got awesome Vile artwork we can use there and make that all awesome and nice. New corruption mechanics that we can extrapolate on.
You don't want to have a roof as the boss anymore?
Nah, we're not just going to have a floating roof. The Omnitext is just a small floating roof.
Oh, you're keeping with the theme of vacuum cleaners. Standing and then
mistakes were made. Now we have minimum. That's a world where you had super uniques with 1 or 2 skills.
Yeah.
Right. There's only so much you can do with a floating roof. So anyway, and then I don't know, even like Bestiary coming back with something, because we've got all these awesome bosses, way grander in scale, and you can do these more grand hunts for them, as opposed to just like, I'm like in a city and there's a rare spider, You can just get way more epic and way more involved and with all the new art and so much stuff to like.
Bestiary 2 that's like hunting big beasts and preparing for them and tracking them. That'd be pretty cool.
Exactly.
I'd definitely take some mercenary action into that. It'd be a good fit, I feel. All right. Well, there's lots for us to look forward to there. You have some kind of like penned already for adding to the beta.
I mean, all plans can change, but there are absolutely. I mean, look, that we've done things like commissioning art assets and so on. Like we've got, there's stuff coming along. It's just a question of like, when we actually get there, what's it going to look like?
Yep. All right. Let's talk about crafting a little bit, because you've done a lot there, and it's pretty fundamental to the game, I think. So, what's the core of what you're trying to do with crafting in Path of Exile 2 compared to Path of Exile 1? Kind of noting that you've really kind of stepped back from the idea of like reforging an item many times or scouring it.
So we really want to make it so that you're finding crafting items all the time. You're using those crafting items way more often than you were in POE 1.
Yeah.
That you like the game of like picking something up, like seeing what I could modify it to, and then actually equipping those items is just happening way more often. And there's so many subtle changes around this, like in terms of just like the way that the base mods scale and items and the like things like that, like all the stuff to kind of make it so that as you find new base types and new things, like you've got a reason to craft them. Part of that is making sure that you've got enough of that currency. It actually took us a long time to even get comfortable with the idea of making something like an Exalt drop that often, because there's just this thing and you're cemented in your mind of like oh, this is rare, right? Like it's an Exalt, how can it possibly drop like multiple times in Act 1? Like it just seems crazy. But with the way like removing scouring affected so much of the way that we can craft. Like I know that you noted earlier that you can there's so many more things you're allowed to craft now that you weren't allowed to before.
You can craft relics, which
yes, and the reason why that's allowed is because without scouring, like those crafts become one-time things, which means that it's actually okay to allow for that stuff. And I think that's opened up.
It just means you have to drop a new base.
There's so many more.
The real question you have to be answering for us is how many times are we going to have to look for a base that's at our level?
That stuff has just, I think, opened up a huge amount.
Is this where vendors fills in the problem?
It also has,
that's what I want to know.
Not necessarily an explicit goal right at the beginning, but it's also meant that the game of like, I'm just going to click again and again as my crafting session is no longer really the meta.
Just spam re-rolling.
Yeah, exactly. Like everything kind of is something that you want to be able to use.
You are still reforging and meta crafting things.
Oh yeah, we've still got stuff like that, right? We've got annulls and but that stuff is higher up. Like that's kind of more of a later game.
Annulls are for a very late game crafting.
You have to think about.
We shouldn't be looking at annulls to be something that does that during the leveling process. That's too much fucking work. That's too much crafting. That's too much knowledge you're pushing onto people to have to learn through the level.
Like there's some pretty powerful stuff there, but once again, we introduce that stuff later on, and so effectively we want to, I guess for lack of a better word, democratize crafting at early levels, like make sure that everyone's able to do that stuff, while having the more advanced stuff be kind of a little bit later.
We certainly had a goal at one point where I was like, we're talking with Rishi, and I'm like, if every single time we're doing alpha wipes or getting the staff to play, I'm like, if I am not seeing and hearing about people using Exalts during Act 1, then we have failed, and we need to drop more of them. And so we ended up, like, I would say honestly in the last month, we have like over like 8 to 10 times the amount of currency dropping, and there's the cool things about it as well, which are the subtle things, like a boss is way more likely to drop the higher tier currencies and stuff, because again, rarity affects that as well now. So you're like way more incentivized to go and kill bosses to get them, and there's heaps of awesome stuff around there, but we're actually now finding people are exalting gear during the campaign, throwing it on weapons and building weapons from scratch that you find
you can buy the early supporter access packs right now.
Regal, Exalt, that process is like
Transmute, Org, Regal, Exalt is like a thing that you're doing often. And like enjoy, and and you find good bases and you do stuff with that.
I can speak to that experience. So I've played probably 6-ish hours. I'm most of the way through Act 2 on my mercenary, and I've found maybe 6 or 7 Exalts. I took a ring from like a 1 blue stat ring that had a nice roll, maybe a nice life roll or something, and crafted it up to 6 property rare, and I crafted a crossbow that I found with good sockets that had a good damage roll in it, and I took that to 6 properties with multiple damage mods, and I'm like, each time that power was going up, and so I was doing that.
It feels good.
I felt like the bottleneck was Regals, which was actually kind of interesting because I don't know if that's intentional or just luck, because I did really have to think about which blue items were good enough to take to a rare, so that I could then put my Exalts on them.
So you get more of those by disenchanting rares.
Yeah, they are farmable.
So they are farmable, which is completely intentional. We want to make sure that like if you don't have enough of those, so generally speaking, it's like you're going to want to keep I feel like once you get like more than like 5 or 6 transmutes, then you stop disenchanting blues and start selling them instead. And the same thing can be true also for Regals, where it's like, okay, once you've got more than a certain amount, then you're like, okay, I can stop having to disenchant the stuff and kind of switch over. But the nice thing is like when you don't have enough, there is a way to get them, which I think is really important. And the same is true with the socket currency as well, where it's like, when you don't have enough, you can start salvaging. I know you were telling me you were buying stuff from the vendor with sockets in order to
I
salvage
surprised
it.
them with my my methods, my
and,
degenerate ways.
So that stuff, it's just really nice to have for people to have the ability to, to get that stuff when they need it. And so it's nice that like all that really basic stuff of just like getting items to better tiers and is now way easier to get. And that solved a problem that we had through quite a lot of the betas, where people were saying they didn't feel like they had enough control, like they didn't feel like they had a way to advance their character when they needed to be able to solve specific problems. And I think the socket thing really has helped a lot with that now, because now we have a way finally to be like, okay, if I need a bunch of fire resist, there is a way to get that, and I've got the tools to do it, and I've got items I can use to do this stuff. So that has helped a huge amount, I think, of solving those like issues that come up with your character.
And this is to confirm how you've solved bench crafting.
Exactly. So we went through so many iterations of bench stuff. It was like a huge thing. We implemented tons of UI. Like there was tons of wasted time there implementing crafting bench things. The problem that we had was that the systems that we were making, it's like we could balance them in the ways the players were happy with, and then the designers were very unhappy. Or we could balance them the way the designers were happy with and the players were unhappy. And it's like when you've got a system where like you're fighting the players for how the balance should be, like you can tell that means you have a system that is bad. But I think we were very I myself honestly was too slow to recognize the fact that a complete overhaul was needed. Then at some point the socket stuff originally came from the Varlorb. Like it was designed there. And then at some point, I don't know who came up with it. I think it might have just been you, who said like, why don't we just
Rishi.
Rishi thought of that. Okay, yeah. So Rishi thought of the idea of like, hey, what if we just put sockets, in early game? What if you got them in Act 1? What if you had runes that would let you get the basic boss as the way of solving the remedial crafting problem? And so then suddenly, as soon as we do that, it's like, oh, like I'm happy, players are happy, everyone's happy. So that means we have a good system that is working and gets those good feelings. So that I think was a real win. I love how that system is feeling.
I mean, starting the process in Act 1 is where it should start.
Things kind of in its way.
Entirely new item system with an entirely new skill system means I need to be able to play around with the skill system to start.
You take an item and you can do something more to it, firstly. And then you've got the problem fixing.
Act 2 would be the furthest limit, honestly.
And then the third thing was like the meta crafts. So you've handled those each in different ways.
Exactly.
You've got the runes, which do the first two things. The customization and the problem fixing. So early on,
but I think for the customization, it's the what do you call them? The soul cores. Like the runes are more about the kind of like I need to fix resistances, whereas the soul cores are more about like I want to customize my items in different ways than what I would otherwise normally be able to do. And then of course you've got the omens to solve the metacrafting problem. So we effectively moved all that stuff around. And essences, of course, yes, of course. Essence is what they allow you to do is get 2 deterministic mods. So because you can upgrade to blue, but you can also upgrade from blue to rare with an essence as well. So that lets you kind of get some of that stuff, and then plus some of the omen things you can. There's stuff you can do there that is I think going to be pretty interesting.
And that's just at the start of release.
Yeah, because obviously there's going to be more, of course, as we add.
This is now a bit longer than we'd expect for a Q&A.
I was worried that some of the changes we're making might take away from some of the impactful crafting that we have, but it sounds like you are still allowing like powerful meta crafting and the ability to make like a really good item
for sure.
But you're also making sure that like the physical item itself that you find matters more.
Absolutely. And I mean, like the more subtle,
that's what it's all about, right?
There's so much more going on. I think just like clever things we've done with the item system as well. Like one of the things I love that we did is we've made it so that so we've got blue and yellow chests you can find now, and we've changed the world generation so that if a dead end is generated, the chance that you get a rare chest there is way higher. So effectively, if a rare chest will spawn in the area, then it will choose dead ends first to go there.
You feel better about that.
Effectively. So like that means that we effectively mean that like when like it makes the world feel like as far as item drops go, that like it feels intentional, right? Like I went down this
on one hand, some of these questions are important. On the other hand, some of these things did not need to be said. This bit about rare chests, we could have found that out in the game, bro.
Yeah, so we've alluded to it a few times, but
wrap it up.
The way that rarity now works, where the mods get better as rarity increases, and also things like the you get better currency rather than just it means we don't have to have like the spam of items that's like crazy. Like you actually feel like that you kill a boss and it drops good shit, as opposed to just lots of shit. That's I'm a big fan of how this feels. I think it's a lot better. But it does mean though, of course, if you're a POE1 player and you see a boss kill, like the number of the expectation of because a POE1 player looks at the amount of spam on the screen to some level as the way of knowing how good the drops were. Now of course you got item filters and everything.
We have
kind of
quantity
that.
brain rot.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
So exactly, that is a good way of putting it. It really is more about are the items actually good? Ideally, you kill a boss and you pick every item it drops up.
Yeah.
That is to me is a win, and I think we're basically getting at that point.
We haven't even talked about fucking item filters, bro.
I quite like.
So we can't even get into that.
The exploration systems and that.
Wrap it up.
The chests down dead ends and things like that acts as a player leveler in some ways. Where
Yes.
a
The more
player
you
struggling.
explore, the more you explore, the more stuff you'll find, and that's
Yeah.
true as well for the optional encounters around the place as well.
Yeah.
If you're struggling,
Definitely
go find some
taken
optional
directly from
content,
Diablo
stuff
4.
that
Diablo 4 eat our
you can
ass.
drop and, and you will definitely find more things. And
Lots of guaranteed rare.
The map is
rare
definitely
items here
taken
and
from the
there,
inspiration of how they did
shit
Diablo
like
4's
that.
map,
This little
including
box here will
level
drop a
transitions.
Caster, a rare caster.
Elevation,
item,
de-elevation.
stuff.
And the funny
They
thing
took
about
all of that from
stuff,
Diablo 4.
Your
lunch, your dinner, your brunch too.
We actually had a problem where people were just face tanking bosses and dying over and over again.
Yeah.
And they keep on respawning, and they would never be like, "Oh, I'm going to go away and actually find some other stuff." And so I was thinking for a long time about why is it that in other games that people don't do that? If I'm playing Elden Ring and I die to a boss 10 times, I'm not just gonna just continue doing that. I'm gonna be like, oh, maybe I'll go do something else for a while. So we realized that the map, the idea of just there's lots of stuff to find, is actually a really important part of that. So in POE2 now, one of the recent things, and it's taken a lot of work from people to get this working, but now all of that you can see all this sort of weird side encounters that have specific drops on the map.
Yeah.
And that means that if you're having trouble with a boss, you're like, oh, you know what? I'm just gonna go do some other stuff. And then you'll come back and you will be powerful enough to kill the boss much more easily because you do absolutely find the rewarding things.
Yeah, there's a little chest on there or a little campsite.
There's lots of little hard-coded drops from specific bosses. The hard-coded drops, they only drop one time, so you can't just farm them endlessly.
Yeah.
But effectively, if you go do all that side content and you check it all off, you'll get some very rewarding stuff.
Yeah, you got some pretty clever systems there, and I definitely noted I was using the map thing a lot. They'd be like, oh, well, to be completionist about it a bit, but also, just being aware of oh, cool, there's some good stuff in this zone that I can come and find. And I think we figured out that some of that stuff reveals after you find the waypoint in a zone.
I think
for
that's
example.
how it works. Is that?
Yeah, it's either there's a few. So it's either because an NPC told you about an area, in which case it just happens to be revealed, or at the very least, yes, when you get there. Generally, it's just when you get there you see everything.
Okay.
But yeah, there's a few different conditions that will reveal everything. Kind of depends. A lot of people just click through the dialogue, so they'll never know the NPC told them, but they maybe did.
I was checking my map kind of when I went into a zone, and then maybe afterwards to see if there was anything.
But you
I
never
missed.
get to an area and don't see some unless they are very obviously hidden intentional secrets.
Yeah, there's nearly something everywhere.
They might be there, they might not.
Yes,
be.
I found half of your key for your secret quest.
Oh yeah, don't worry about that.
So pivoting into economy and trading, the exchange from Path of Exile's one experiment recently, we got a chance to actually try that live in the field, and it seems from the player's perspective it was a smash hit.
Definitely for us as well.
Yeah, okay.
Solved a lot. We're 100% on board with that. It's very good.
It was the least stressful league I ever played. I mean, what normally caused almost all
Literally
the anger
my
and
favorite.
friction for me was
yes,
especially bulk trading. It
Incredible.
was horrible, and I
So
was just
good.
like, oh, this is like a dream come true.
Myself and so many other players, I feel like we're more engaged in endgame. We were able to do the thing we wanted to do more, and we're just less aggravated on a moment-to-moment basis. It's good. So, do you take that then as as a big positive for it going into Path of Exile 2?
100%.
And how do you feel like it adapts to the game being quite different in the end? Because they are pretty different games. The economy works a bit differently.
I mean, honestly, I think it will just work. I mean, look, we have no idea what the trade values will settle on and how that'll end up. But
is it going to be chaos? Is it going to be exhaust?
But ultimately, I think that the trades effectively Settlers was a test of what the economy will be like in POE2, and to some extent because of the way that we did the gold and everything.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty confident that that's going to be okay. But obviously, you never know, right? When lots of people hit the economy, what can happen? Hopefully, we don't cause horrible hyperinflation or have some horrible issue like that. But I guess partly this is what an early access is to find out, right? Like whether there's any issues like that.
Was there any
economy testing?
Was there any surprises with that or with gold in terms of how things panned out?
Thankfully not, honestly. Like
Right.
we were worried, but thankfully none of the like horrible situations came to pass with that, and it ended up working just fine. So yeah, like it went great.
Who'd have thought 10 years later we'd be back here saying, you know what? Gold was a good idea.
Yeah,
We just had to do it
exactly,
right.
exactly.
Because I remember 10 years ago,
it's
we're
funny,
like,
but it's
this
funny.
game's brilliant. It has no gold. Stupid gold.
But the funny thing is I don't think we would have arrived at the way gold is now if we had it in the first place.
Yeah.
Like the non-tradability of it, like using it as a sort of marker for how much play you've done.
Yeah.
I don't think that we would have ever had that way if we hadn't arrived from here. So
Yeah.
I think that path dependency kind of did matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
the paths we weave.
Mm-hmm.
So, how likely then, based on just how successful it is, are you to want to expand the exchanges capabilities to like other things like maps or waystones or even gear?
Well, I mean, look, I'm interested in this, but I don't think it's necessary right now. So we're not going in early access, at least. We're not going to launch with any expanded stuff in that way. But I guess I do want to sort of see how it works, and I'm interested in potentially trying something like that in the future. I just don't like. The currency exchange was like 90% of the problem.
Yeah.
And so fixing that like fixed a lot of the, like it seemed like we would need to do more initially, and then maybe now it's seeming like maybe we don't, but I still want to experiment with it potentially. So I'm interested to see how it goes. But yeah, the currency exchange definitely helped a vast amount.
Those were the annoying trades.
Yeah,
most
they
of
were
the
for
time.
sure. They were.
Yep, definitely.
Great. So we've had some so this is a tricky question to answer, especially if we could just scroll down. Okay.
Yeah.
So what are you aiming for in terms of Path of Exile 2's kind of like personal player economy and progression? So how much resources you're acquiring, how you're using them, but also how much are you getting from trade versus from...
I don't care.
I mean,
Solo
this is a tricky
self-out.
question, but I mean...
I personally
think
don't care.
that really, the feeling of like being able to trade is super important. So being able to get that stuff, I think, is good. Like now, not everyone wants to do that. You need to be able to progress through the game well without having to do much trade. But I do think that, like, look, it's definitely going to be the case that if you're playing in a trade league, you're going to have the ability to
accelerates
accelerates you
everything, yeah.
very significantly, and that's the case, and it will continue to be the case. And
Yeah.
like we are a game that embraces trade.
Yeah,
right?
well,
like
I think the DNA of Path of Exile 1 is very much that, like, it is a game about economy and trade.
100%.
And
So, yeah.
for some people, getting rich is their main motivator.
100%. So effectively, yeah. So I mean, that will absolutely be a factor. And look, like I think that the feeling of that will probably end up feeling quite similar to POE1 in that regard.
Yeah.
I think that's what that's the type of game we're making.
Yeah. Do you think it's, that said though, do you think it is in some ways better for a solo self-found sort of experience?
I mean, I simply because, again, as we talked about, we're dropping a lot more currency that we expect you to use on
Right,
gear,
exactly.
as opposed
Yeah.
to save till end game for
Exactly.
one, and then by end game, like, we don't have Kirak mods costing, that kind of stuff that all costs chaos, and you don't have like the meta mods costing divines and all that, right? They're all different items. You're like, I want meta mod crafting. There's a ritual. I know where to get
them
it
as well,
right? So you're not just like having to. I'm blocked behind this thing because I need so many divines and I can't get that because I'm solo self-found, and farming divines is not exactly beyond trivial. Yeah. So there's a number of ways there where I'd say it is honestly a much better solo self-found experience. But each to their own. That to be seen, and
And there'll be a separate solo self-found mode, presumably, even potentially beta launch or in the future?
It is our intention to have hardcore and solo self-found.
We'll have both of them.
Right, cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't play hardcore for your first round, honestly, because you're likely to die. Like once you learn the boss mechanics, it should be fine. But
Someone's gonna.
First time, it's gonna be tricky.
Couch co-op hardcore, and you get to see your friend die right next to you. That's the true dream.
Kappa.
Actually,
And you're like,
actually, hang on, wait. In couch co-op hardcore, do we still lock the camera so you can't walk away from your friend?
No, we put you back to
Put
solo.
you back to solo.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
great.
right.
Good. That's good. Good to know. It's like you have
But you
You have to have a mourning period of about 30 seconds.
Right.
Before you
But
can
you're
move.
just like, all right, you can go home now. We're like, go.
Yeah.
See ya.
What do you do?
Yeah, that's a devastating moment. I did lose my place there. Yeah, I think we mentioned...
Bring it to an end, please. I am
Scroll down and
begging
see some
you.
additional questions here. Excellent, thanks. So, Will there be a penalty for individual party member dying when grouping up for bosses on that note, then? It seems weird that the boss straight up resets when playing solo, but when playing in a group, nothing happens if a party member dies.
So tell us about the rules
Yeah,
now that we
how does that
have, because I
work?
know you've changed them recently.
Yeah, so, well, bosses are obviously harder for having more people.
Yep.
Less crowd controls, things like, obviously more life, and I'm not just saying double life, more than double life, right? It does get more than twice as hard, or more than N players as hard. So yes, you could argue, okay, we have reviving as an advantage. Well, yes, it does. It does take time to revive, and if your friend dies early and you're unable to revive them because you're constantly being interrupted,
No problem,
well,
Buster. Have a good night.
From what I saw, it's pretty hard to
you're
pull
not
off unless
having
you
a fun time.
get a big stun or something.
Another change that we made recently is, of course, for each revived, between each set of checkpoints, every time you have to revive them, the revive takes longer subsequent times.
So that's important because it just means that if you're like, you can't revive spam anymore because it's going to take longer and longer each time. But then when you go to a checkpoint, that resets, so like you're back to normal
Now,
again.
in end-game maps, you cannot revive each other. Death is a consequence.
Yeah. I was going to
then-
ask actually about like endgame maps and what is the rule for dying in endgame map? Is it one portal deal now, not 6 portals?
Well, you still have 6 portals, so you can have your party members, but death.
And you can leave and come back as
Yeah,
long
yeah.
as you don't
Okay.
die.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you can take items out, but
Okay.
a death will end that map for you.
Yeah. And to remind people, the if you like log out or the server crashes or something like, not that that's going to happen, then the game pauses. So when you boot the game back up and log back in, you'll be still in your map, right?
And also, even we've also now have it so that if you just Alt F4 the game at a random time, you'll actually, even if you come back like the next day, because for example you might have rage quit, you will appear back at the checkpoint you were at. So if you are like fighting a boss, you die a bunch of times, you're like, crap, Alt F4, you come back, you're going to be right there at the boss checkpoint again.
That part is campaign specific because there are no checkpoints in maps.
Yeah, non-maps. But in for the campaign though, and that honestly has helped a lot. Like there were so many. I think it really did cause new players to have problems in POE1 where they felt like they just lost track of where the hell they even were when they came back after a session. If like they might have not got waypoints for certain times or things like that. Like you now can't have the situation where you log back in and you're like, oh, I forgot like 3 waypoints in a row and now I'm like freaking miles away from where I was, which I think happened to new players fairly frequently.
I'm glad in a world where everyone's becoming a Souls-like that you guys didn't do the running back to the boss segment of gameplay, and you just kind of jump back in and have another crack.
So effectively like that's nice to just have the save checkpoints to your character, which I think is a nice one.
Were there any other mechanics around there? Reviving, well, obviously in hardcore you're dead. That's the drill.
Like, if the next question isn't something extremely relevant to what I'm interested in, I'm going to stop this stream and bring up the next one for Strain Over after I get dinner dealt with. Because they're going on about a lot of shit that if I want to dig into it, I can go there on the
map item, and especially if it's
full
breaches and all
Q&A.
this content that's coming.
Because a lot of this shit could have been condensed to an additional
stuff
video.
is worth stuff. So you all of a sudden have heaps of
Not
stuff
all
on
of these
the
questions
line,
are actually
and then
relevant
you
to
don't want
what's
be in a
most
position where
important.
you're like, I need to bring in some people to do this because I'm not going to risk that value. So that's why we just were like in maps, no reviving. It's just like, yeah, sure, you still can always bring in any context someone way more powerful than you to carry things, right? That's the benefit of multiplayer. But feeling like you have to do this thing because then they can just keep reviving you so you can get all the rewards. Like, we're trying to get away from all of that. Otherwise you get this weird thing where like you're often always too scared to do the thing. Now you're scared, but everyone's scared and it's fine, and you don't feel like you're like, okay, you have to go in with
This
a sense
is
of
at least a
confidence
good
to like,
change.
I can definitely do this thing.
Changing the maps
so it's
around
just
so
a
that
little
you're
bit
no
less
longer
fear when it
trying to
comes
spam a
all of
map to
doing
complete
that.
a map,
much
and
better in
instead
context of
you
the
needing to learn how to
the
make a
game,
build that survives
it's
a
on
mapping
fire, or if,
situation
100%
is actually
crashes or
fairly
something that
decent.
you just
The
paused
problem with this is going to be how you're going to deal with this with lag compensation.
You're failing because of your own
where
faults.
people are dying
Now,
because of
we're
lag,
voting in
rather than
multiplayer.
dying
We
because
do
of
have a
their
thing, of
own
course,
skill.
with respawn at checkpoints as an option. So if a player dies and you don't want to die, don't want to finish the fight out, you can both choose to respawn at checkpoint, and then it will just create a new instance.
Cool.
You don't have to die to do it, and you don't have to log out and do any shenanigans like that. You can just press escape, hit respawn at checkpoint. It'll ask other players to confirm, and then it moves you all to the new area.
Cool, excellent. I didn't want to go super on it because we've definitely talked about it before, but click to move versus WSD, it's definitely been asked about a bit.
Okay.
So there's
That's
been
enough.
plenty of reports about WSD being amazing. Personally, I've been using it.
I do not care about the move controls. We'll figure that shit out when we get our hands on it. Alright. Streamover should be coming up within the next few minutes because it was on less than half an hour before launch and it should be launching soon. I will see you all over there. I need to get dinner. And now we'll be back. Don't bust that nut yet. Don't bust that nut yet. After these messages, I'll be right back.